Hello and welcome to the Friday development stream. Hello, Louder. Welcome, welcome. Okay, Twitch has finally decided that it's going to remember the category. I don't have to set it. That's kind of nice. All right. So we have a little scene we're making here. A little scene of Arthur, character in the game, introduces the broom to you. And it's got some parts done. Show you where we're at. So let's see here. Let's save these changes and then, okay, adjusted speed times 2. We'll see how fast that feels. All right, I'm going to pop into the game and we'll see just what's going on there. Okay, it's taking a very long time to compile. I'm going to be doing a little bit of code and a little bit of art, a little bit of everything, putting this scene together. So I'm going to jump into game mode and we'll see if it works right off the bat. I should probably test if the... Oh, we have some kind of start setting. What is this? What is this thing? Griffin habitat. Okay. All right. I need to change us to developer start settings. We've got the wrong start settings here. Hey. Hello, Nanani. Hello, hey, Nanani. Welcome back. All right, so set these to developer start settings and just gonna check if we actually have the quest in. There it is. And here's the whiz trigger and start position. Okay, we don't have our audio clip in, so definitely some stuff didn't save, but that's all right. We'll save it now. Hey, Koratora. For some reason, my chat is not working. I don't know what makes it eventually work. Yeah, I'm streaming every now and again. I don't know, once or twice a week right now, I think. All right, so that's saved. And do we have our little trigger? Here's our trigger. Okay. And let's see what we have so far. Okay. So that is the first part. He's supposed to come back. Okay. So he comes back. And then he's supposed to crash into the player. So this is the part we need to sort. Now, I don't know why he doesn't seem to... I'm seeking to the player's position. I don't know why he ends up floating in the air so much. I turned the physics off. So, but it seems like he's got some kind of physics because he's like bumping around there. But anyway, it's not quite right. One thing we need to do is set his facing angle in this little behavior we made. So here's the distance. We also want to get his spine skeleton controller and set, oops. And rig by direction, it's called. Choose rig by direction. And then we just want to get that to player. And I'm going to turn on no lerp. Force direction index is going to be -1. And then we will set no lerp to true. And I don't think we need to do anything about that override, that direction lock override. God, chat is so weird. I'm going to exit out. The chat of my little client here for Restream is weird. The program is weird. Sorry, what you guys are saying is not weird. I can't actually see what you're saying right now. Let me open up the chat window again. Chat. Okay. It's still not working. I don't understand. Very strange. Spine skeleton controller. Sometimes. A pretty tame chat, I think. It's a pretty chill stream. Pretty chill educational stream, I think. So all we did is set the facing. So that's actually not going to do much, but I'm going to inspect maybe what's going on with... Come on, man. What happens? Why did he just vaporize? Look, he's back there and he's just standing there doing nothing. Of course, we've got the sound as if he's flying fast, but he's not. So let's click on him. I just want to see what state he's in. Could it be because he double triggered? He's on follow schedule. And what is his override? His current schedule is Broom Whiz. Well, I don't know what his deal is. No popping off. No fun. No fun allowed. Yeah, the music is very beautiful. Let's make sure that we can't call this twice. I'm thinking that it wasn't actually the issue, but I will, just in case. Started whizzing. And then if you've already started whizzing, then return. But otherwise, we're just going to set it to true right away. That'll just make sure it only pops once. And maybe it'll fix that bug. I doubt it. The speed was all right. It seems like he's actually kind of on screen when he spawns in, so he needs to go off a little bit further. So let me get that start position here. The whiz start position, and I'll just move it off a little bit more. That should be good. Okay. What else? When you actually arrive, we call this impact. And I guess I'll just log if that's actually happening. We might want it to, well, I'll just literally make a log. Impacts. Just to make sure we're actually getting that call back before we proceed. Did Eastshade come out for vinyl? Eastshade soundtrack vinyl. I can't remember if he did that or not. Doesn't look like he did it for Eastshade, the vinyl. But yeah, I'm sure if there's enough demand, then he would be interested in doing that. Of course, the demand of the vinyl depends on how well the game sells directly. So everything's dependent on the game selling. Get more dramatic if needed. I'll be as dramatic as required. That's funny. Okay, I think it was that double trigger that was messing him up. So that's good. So we fixed that, now he should be coming back.
Whoa! Yeah!
Gosh, what? So we did get the... Did we get the impact callback? No. Oh, he overshot me. He way overshot me. That was really weird. He's never really getting in range. He also seems to be tracking toward my head. Why is he tracking toward my head? Okay, there he was tracking normally. Very peculiar stuff. But he disappeared for a second. Like, what? What is going on? Why? Why would we get such random results from this? Well, it makes me feel like we shouldn't even use the character controller. Because we're like pushing, we've turned off physics and then we're pushing with the character controller. So maybe we don't even want to do that. So instead of turning off detect collisions, why don't we just literally turn off the character controller? And then instead of using the character controller, to like move them in the direction, we will literally just lerp the position. That seems like a better bet. So in order to lerp the position, so instead of character controller dot move, we will literally just take the transform dot position and then add the requisite velocity. I think that will work. And we've turned off the character controller, which as far as I know, that's the only thing that has any collision to worry about. We never got the callback for actually colliding with the player, but I think that now we will, because now there's absolutely nothing to stop to make it bump into anything. So looking here, we've turned off the character controller. Once we actually make the impact, we'll keep it off. But first, I just want to get that first part working. Rhyming couplets. I know it's expensive to get vinyl, so you know he'd have to get the demand for it. It ain't cheap to start that. Okay, here we go. It's weird that he starts kind of slow and then he gets faster. I wonder why that is. And why does he take so long to come back? Like really long. I don't think he's moving anywhere. What are you doing? Arthur, what are you doing? You're just like bumping around doing nothing. So he's just kind of doing weird stuff. I wonder if my vector math is wrong. I don't know why it would be. So transform position. Yeah, this is very weird. We got a 2-player vector. Got this whiz speed stuff. Is somebody else touching transform position? That would be the other thing. Shouldn't be, because we set this behavior to Arthur collide with player. I don't think we actually need this callback. But I don't think it should hurt anything either. Now, why on earth wouldn't this work? Maybe somebody else is turning on the character controller. I just knew this wasn't going to be easy. It could have been. It could have been. San Mayan, hello. Oh, awesome. Thank you for watching that. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Trying to make a cozy fishing game. A cozy fishing game. That sounds cool. Any advice? I don't have any high-level advice, I don't think. But maybe something specific I could try, but I also don't know. Don't know everything. Okay, let's see if he... Well, he's definitely going to do the same thing as he did before. So there, he's made it to his location. Look how slow he's going. It looks like he's still in a very slow way heading toward his location. I wonder if that get whiz speed is like doing weird things. Huh. I'm gonna just kind of keep this up on the side. Oops, that's not what I want to do. Third guy. Okay, so his character controller is off, which is good. What if I turn off his spine skeleton controller? That's not doing anything either. It almost seems like that speed variable is just doing funky stuff. Let me put the game view on the side and then start running. And he's still just kind of going in weird directions. I would think that this would be the simplest way to move him. What if we did like... I'll try just completely removing the whiz speed just to make sure that this is working. So I'm going to just comment this out. And we're just going to go transform.position equals vector3.lerp. And we're going to lerp from... we're going to lerp from his position to the player's position. And we're going to do it by like time dot delta time times 10, which would probably be a pretty slow lerp, but we'll see. Hey, Koyakupa. Hello, sis. Let's see, sis4. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for joining. Good to see you. San Mayan says, having no connections in the industry, I fear that even if I make the game well, I won't be able to get it out there well enough. This is my button. This is my button. It feels like every stream I have to have one of these little rants about this, but it's not about who you know. It really isn't. I leveraged 0 connections for eShade. I had no meaningful connections. I mean, I worked in AAA. That doesn't mean anything. It really, there's absolutely nothing that does. There's zero journalists are going to decide to cover your game because you worked in AAA. I've never met a journalist by working at a AAA company. They don't come and talk to a peon. Yeah, I really leveraged absolutely zero connections. There are no hidden gems on Steam. There are none. You can look, but you won't find any for the most part. At least you won't find any game. Once you develop an eye for kind of what sells on Steam, because there are certain sort of patterns to what sells on Steam. And once you develop an eye for it, you're not going to find games with like less than 100 reviews or less than 10 reviews that like, oh, this could have made $1 million with the right marketing. There's as absolutely none. The market is extremely rational. Steam is extremely rational. And Valve is extremely keen on, if your game can make $1 million, they are extremely keen on getting your game to make $1 million. So they will pipe traffic to you as long as you're really driving sales. As long as people are seeing your game and they want to buy your game, you know, at a higher percentage than is happening for other games on Steam, then you're going to sell well. At least that's the case with Steam. And then all the other marketplaces end up sort of following Steam because Steam gives you so much visibility and sales. It sort of turns into like this little nest egg of I don't know, what's the word I'm looking for? Awareness. And then you'll start selling on other platforms as well. But you don't have to worry about connections. It's really just, can you make a game that blows people's minds? And it has to blow people's minds. It's not that it blows their minds when they play it, although that can actually work these days because demos are so important. But it's safer to make a game that blows people's minds when they see the Steam page. That doesn't necessarily mean it has to be graphically beautiful, but it helps. And like 90% of the games that sell well on Steam are graphically head and shoulders above other games. And I don't even just mean like graphically, like in terms of fidelity. I mean, in terms of just art, like just general, you know, art direction and visual coherence and stuff. You know, people can just size up the production value of a game really quickly just by looking at the Steam page. And if you make a game that looks like it should make $1 million based on just people watching the trailer for 20 seconds, then it's highly likely that you'll make $1 million. So fortunately, it's a very rational market. Connections don't matter at all. I've never used really a single connection ever for really anything. I mean, maybe I got my first job. That wasn't even a connection. I mean, the only connection I had was I went to a class, a 3D class, and the teacher just was extremely impressed with my stuff, and that's how I got a job. So that's not really a connection. He worked at ArenaNet. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, connections help a lot, but I think for selling games, maybe somebody is able to leverage a connection, but for the most part, you know, you can't force people to buy stuff. You really can't. People will buy stuff because they see it and they freaking want it, right? It's like that Ariana Grande song. I can't remember the lyric. Something about, I like it, I got it, right? But nobody can force anyone to buy stuff. And people will buy what they want. So I just did a straight lerp and I just compiled. And now I'm going to see if we can actually move the NPC, if there's something kind of anchoring them to that position or what. Let's see. Okay, Sis4 asks, how are you doing? I don't know how I'm doing. I'll know how I'm doing once our game ships, which is in not very long. Once our game ships, if it does well, then I'm doing great. And if it does poorly, then I'm doing horribly. And this is the worst moment of my life. Coratora says, make a fun game, don't waste time on the trailer. Whoa. I can't say I agree with that. First of all, I think making a fun game is confusing because I don't think it's about making a fun game. I think it's about making a game people want when they see it, which is different. Making a fun game can mean a lot of different things. making a game that people want to buy immediately. Like they see it, they want it. That is, I think that's a different thing, and that's an important distinction. And don't waste time on the trailer. I would spend a lot of time on the trailer. We actually design our games for our trailers in some ways. Sometimes we think of a trailer shot and then we actually make the quest that has that moment in it so that we can put it in the trailer. I think trailers are really important. Again, it goes in with that, you know, you need to make a game that people want to play. The second they see it, they just want to buy it because they see it and they're just blown away. They feel like they have to play it, they have to buy it. All right, here comes Arthur. And now what's going to happen to Arthur? Let's go into scene mode and see. Okay, he got to his destination and now he's not able to lerp. He's kind of doing this weird little lerping thing back and forth. So somebody else must be setting his position, but I don't know what. He's just going back and forth. So I don't know who said, okay, well, he finally got there. How does that make any sense? And he's still bumping into me. Like, there is something stopping him. Maybe because maybe it's his nav mesh agent. Maybe I should turn that off. Okay, let me catch up with chats. In terms of don't take 2 minutes to show. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. Don't waste people's time in your trailer. Gotcha. Okay. That makes way more sense, Cortor. I was like, when you said that, I was like, whoa, no way. Okay. I totally understand now. I'm so sorry I misunderstood you. San Mayan says, oh, thank you. Oh, no worries. I mean, it's just, yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about. When this game comes out, I will be there. Oh, thank you so much. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Okay, let's see. Sis says, I think I saw one of your devlogs on YouTube and it looks super unique and I love the art. All right, thank you. Appreciate that. Sorry, Corridor. I'm really sorry about that. MJ Paul, hello. 1 month ago, 1 month into C# already. All right, rock on. Cool. Very exciting. Plan to make a 2.5D game RPG. Okay. Very cool. Exciting stuff. I love that. The other thing we're going to do here is turn off their navmesh agent. I'm going to see if that works. Let's see if that's actually a thing. That was probably the most likely. Sis4 asks about the art. No, actually my wife is the lead artist on this game and she drew just about everything. Every illustration, every tree. I made textures and I did some art pipeline stuff. And sometimes I model stuff. But for the most part, Jacqueline drew everything you see. Jacqueline, my wife. Tips for people who are really bad at arts. I can't answer that because I'm really good at art. Not that I am the lead artist on this game. Again, that's my wife, Jacqueline. But I am a world-class 3D artist. As arrogant as that sounds, I believe it. And the tip I have for if you're bad at art would be to, well, use reference and try to unpack what makes things look good and be relentless in your pursuit of trying to make it look better and understand why your thing looks bad. As far as like knowing when your thing looks bad, this is really hard. I don't know how to develop the eye. It seems to happen naturally, and people seem to have different starting points for like your eye. Some people do not have an eye. They just don't. And I don't know if they ever could. It seems some people, they just see the world differently. And they just don't, maybe it's their taste. Like they just don't like the same things that almost all other humans on Earth like visually. But I'd say that's a little bit rare. Maybe not super rare. It seems like 20% of people just do not have an eye at all. But hopefully that's not you. If that is you, I don't think there's any hope for becoming a good artist. It's kind of important, the eye. Okay, well, he did lerp to me, and now he's on top of me. So I think that did the trick. And he's also seems to be adjusting his facing to me, so that's really good. Hello, Lupercal. Welcome, welcome. Thank you, Koratora. Koratora says, scope down until what you can make is great. Don't make a game with 400 pieces of art. If making 4 good pieces would be a challenge, that's great advice for sure. Yeah, sort of breaking down and figuring out what you need is a pretty important part for sure. Some games require variety. Yeah, I think what Koratora is saying is that if you have no art muscle in your studio, either it's just you and you don't have an artist, or maybe you have very low art production power, you have maybe just one artist part-time or something. I think Koratora is saying maybe don't make one of those games that requires tons of art, because it's going to be hard. Koi Koopa asks, did you pass 200,000 wish lists? No, we have not. We're knocking on the door of 170,000, so we're quite far from 200,000. Hopefully we will by the time we launch. Lupercal says, I've reduced my scope 10 times to the point I'm at a single screen with buttons. Hey, sometimes that can be just what you need. So now I think we're ready. We determined that it was the navigation system that was keeping this NPC from moving the way that we wanted them to. So I'm just going to comment out our lerp, and we're going to go with the whiz speed and see if that does it. Yeah, we like to make very art heavy games because we have a lot of art muscle. I mean, not a lot in terms of humans. We don't have a lot of artists, but we spend a long time on our games, and both Jacqueline and myself are very, very good at art, so we can make these big worlds. Plus, it's it's what we love to do, and it's kind of the brand of our studio. Okay, I really believe in this. I think it's going to work. Perfect. Okay, that's exactly what I wanted. That is exactly what I wanted. Now he's a little slow. So let me go to that whiz speed and adjust it a little bit. The adjusted speed times 2. Well, we're just going to do the adjusted speed plus 10, I think. I think that will be better. That should be pretty fast. Okay. Well, we can play with that later, but now we need the actual impact. So once he impacts the player, oh, did we even get the impact callback? Let's see. Let's check Unity. Lupercal says, what's your favorite art style you've seen in a game? Neva. I don't think I've ever heard of Neva. Oh, that's cool. This is gorgeous. I'm looking at this game, Neva. Really like this, very clean. Very clean, like very silhouette focused art style. It's very beautiful. I like that a lot. My favorite art style, I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of boring. Like I really like just kind of like realistic fantasy. I like at least realistic in the rendering of things. I like Elder Scrolls a lot. I really like Morrowind because I like how sort of otherworldly the concepts are in terms of like the buildings and the architecture. I like weird architecture, I guess. That's something I like a lot. But realistic in its grounding, like in its detail, representation of details, and its the way that timbers are represented in plaster and cobblestone and in window framings and things like that. So did we ever? Yeah, we did get the impact. That's groovy. So that's perfect. It's kind of weird though because he was just kind of glitching out on us. He also, it took him so long before he actually hit us. So I want to make that a little faster. We'd have to mess with the speed a little bit for that. But the other thing is like we need to lock the player a little bit sooner. So here we go, and then I'll increase the sort of threshold before we actually fire the impact. Now on impact, a bunch of things need to happen. Arthur dot spine skeleton controller dot set animation. Actually, first we need to set the facing. We need to set the facing to 3/4, but like we need to do it facing the player. So what's the easiest way to do that? Let's see. Is there something like left or right? Okay, I think that the only way to do this is just to actually pull for it. So first let's set his facing. So choose rig by direction. And then the direction is going to be let's try to figure out which indices correspond to which. Directions. Yeah, it's got to be like 2, 3, 5, and 6. I wish there was some kind of key here for which indices correspond to the different directions. It doesn't look like there is. Choose rig by direction. Okay, well, we'll just use vectors to play it safe. So if the player dot position dot x is smaller than Arthur dot transform dot position dot x, then we want to look to the left. So then we want to choose rig direction. We want to go vector 3 dot left, and then we want to set no lerp. First of all, don't force the direction, and we want to set no lerp to true. Otherwise, we're going to set the rig direction to vector 3 dot right. Okay, so now we should have him facing the correct direction. And then we want him to play the animation. So Arthur dot spine skeleton controller dot set animation all scales. I don't think we want to set it all scales. I think we just want to go 3/4 anim and then set. Do we have to seriously go animation state.set animation? It's crazy. Okay, and the name of the animation, we don't actually have an animation yet, but I just want to get this all working and then we'll make the animation afterward. But we have a great stand-in animation for the moment, which will be splat. Set animation splat, and then it wants a track index. That's actually the first thing it wants. So let's do track index of 0. Then we've got the animation, and then we don't want it to loop. Okay. We also want the player to look toward, let's do the player stuff. So first I'll just comment this and say Arthur's theatrics. And then we're going to do the player's theatrics. And then let's do player.spineSkeletonController dot choose rig by direction. And I guess we want to do the same thing, but the opposite. Let me just copy it all again. That will actually be easier. Then we're going to do player. Oops. Player. We're going to do player in both cases, except we're going to flip this. I want you to face the other way, and I want you to face the other way. Why does spine skeleton controller not? Because we just spell it a little bit differently. Skeleton versus skell. That's fine. We definitely want to do the same sort of arguments for this one. I don't know why we didn't the first time. So let's go -1 and true. And then we also want to splat. Player.spineSkeletonController dot 3/4 animation dot, actually we do set animation for the active scale. Okay, we can't do that. Animation state dot set animation, track index 0, splat. Everyone will splat. You splat and you splat and you splat. We're not going to loop that. And then there's more we need to do, but for right now, I just want to see, will they splat? I don't know. Let's check. Okay, let me catch up with chats. Grige is better than Neva. Grige looks beautiful as well. Good evening, Sophia. Welcome, welcome. Orator says the Morrowind influence was strong in Eastshade. Yeah, and I actually didn't even play Morrowind before. I think I played it like 4 years into Eastshade development. It's weird. We just have, I mean, I love, Oblivion's my favorite game of all time. So I definitely had the Elder Scrolls influence. But this sort of otherworldly architecture, lots of mud, like cob looking style, that's just like, I don't know, that's just random that we just have that same sort of, have the same like soul in that sense. Now Lupercal says they made Grige, which was awesome art-wise too. Oh, okay, same developer, cool. I have not played Shadow of the Colossus. Sophia said, wait, you made Eastshade? Yes, I'm the lead developer of Eastshade. Alex, hello, welcome. Been watching your videos. Thank you for watching my videos. Appreciate that. Oh gosh, and thanks for the kind words on the game. I'm beginner using Godot engine, and I really love the isometric perspective. Right now, I'm trying to build a small demo. Cool, very exciting. Alex says, isometric level with hand-painted graphics, similar to Crimson Hollow or Hades. Very cool. Sometimes the people around me discourage me by saying that I should make everything in 3D instead. Interesting. Well, 3D does sell better on Steam, but that shouldn't. Clearly, many 2D style games sell very well as well. Glimmerwick's kind of a weird in-between. We use a lot of 3D, but also a lot of like billboards mostly illustrated. Lupercal says low poly 3D would make it easier because every tree and bush uses the same model. You don't need art, just models. Yeah, I don't think the low poly 3D sells very well. I mean, I think it doesn't really capture people's imagination, at least on Steam. I think games can sell in spite of the low poly look, but I think it's hard with that. MJ Paul says, at what level is job ready for coding in C#? I don't know. I've never worked a coding job, so I wouldn't know. I mean, I've hired a programmer before, and for me, you know, I would never hire someone. We're a very small studio, so we don't hire. Actually, really, nobody wants beginners. Nobody. I mean, beginners don't really help you. They can't really help you make your game. They kind of just slow down all the other programmers. I would say you need to be pretty high level programmer, usually to get hired. Yeah. Really, 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 I would say really high level. You feel really confident that you can do pretty much anything. You pretty much understand most aspects of like generally, I would say you want to be at a level where there's not really a lot of like game dev programming concepts that you don't understand, like on a conceptual level. Koi Koopa says, don't get me wrong. I just want to ask, you said you like Elder Scrolls graphics. Can Unity make Elder Scrolls graphics after improvements? Koi Koopa, you know that I made Eastshade, right? A lot of people thought Eastshade was a Skyrim mod, and I made it in Unity. So to answer your question, can Unity make Elder Scrolls graphics? I would have to say yes, because I feel like Eastshade, I don't know. I mean, if you feel like Elder Scrolls is, you know, the Eastshade's not at Elder Scrolls level, then maybe that's a different question. But I would say yes, and I don't think it would take Unity 6.5. I would think Unity 4 can make Elder Scrolls graphics just fine. There's really not any graphics features missing from Unity 4 that would hold you back from making an Elder Scrolls like game. I mean, Skyrim doesn't even have like light baking as far as I know. Skyrim's lighting model is very archaic. Korator says there's a Roblox audience that doesn't mind some low poly work. The game loop has to be super strong. Yeah, it's like, I guess that's what I feel like it's low poly graphics are something people tolerate. It's never like a selling point for the game, I guess. It's never going to pull people in. It's always going to be like something that people are like, they'll see your game, and if everything else is amazing, then they'll be like, oh, I don't care that it has low poly graphics. But it's never going to be something that people see it and they feel something right away. Corsair says, I was a drag on the team for 6 months, even when not touching code. Yeah, it's hard, man. It's hard to hire beginners. You just have to, I mean, you kind of have to train them. And there's a lot of people who already know, I don't know, like when I put out the programming job listing, I felt like there were at least 5 or 10 people who clearly were pretty high level programmers and almost certainly would have been able to hit the ground running. I think we got very lucky with our hire, that I'm pretty sure we hired one of the best programmers we ever could have hoped for in a million years. So we're very happy about that. Looper Cal says, the only low poly game I know is good was Tunic. Super sick game. Yeah, I know of Tunic as well. Oh, there's a lot of low poly games that have sold well on Steam. There's just so many games on Steam that like you can pretty much think of any art style and find a game or 20 that have sold really well. Wasn't Elder Scrolls made by a 300-person team? I think Oblivion was made by a 100-person team. And I don't know how big Skyrim's team was. Cortor says, wait, Elden Ring is what I meant to type. Elden Ring, wait, with regards to what? Let's see. Oh, wasn't Elden Ring made by a 300-person team? I think Elden Ring probably did have a very large team. I feel like Valheim is not low poly in the way that when I think of a truly low poly game, I think of like what is like the Thin Matrix. I guess when I think of a low poly game, this is what I think of. Oh, yeah, this in the banner right here. This is like what I think of as low poly. Whereas Valheim, I think, is actually quite highly rendered. Like, yes, it has low res textures, but it has like all the modern tricks. Like, it has alpha cards for all the vegetation and stuff. Let me see if our little puppets will do our animations here. It's like the trees are only 1 to 2 subdiv. I don't even know what that means. Oh, you're talking about with the low poly look? I mean, I know what 1 to 2 subdivision levels means, but I don't exactly know what it means with regards to. Oh, hooray, it worked. Hooray! Why are they flipping back and forth? That was kind of weird. It looks like they're doing a weird little spin. Okay, I think maybe the impacts we need to do like bool impacted equals false, and then we're gonna do if we've impacted and return, and then we're gonna do impacted equals true. This is a lot of code for one little scene, but I think this is gonna work, and I'm pretty confident that that is why they were doing that. So we'd never changed Arthur's behavior, right? No behavior. Let's maybe cache the spine skeleton controller here. Arthur Skell equals Arthur.spine skeleton controller, just to make the code a little bit shorter. Spine skeleton controller is the player. Actually, do we have a direct reference to that? We probably don't. Oh, we do. We have player Skell. Okay. Well, I could just be using player Skell for all this. Let's do player Skell just to make it a little shorter. Oh, wait, where'd it go? What happened? Oh no, that was just a weird little code autocomplete. I thought that was a little weird that we had that. Oh no, it's because I had just made the variable, so it was seeing that. I'm truly an idiot sometimes. Arthur's state behavior, that's fine. So we just want to replace all these with the new one. I don't think we need, oh yeah, we're gonna add that animation. 3/4, add this animation state, add animation, and we're gonna add it on track 0. And the name of the animation we want is the get up animation, I'm pretty sure. Let's do get up. Yeah, okay. It's just literally get space up. And what do we have here? So there, we want to definitely not loop it, and there should be delay. And if the delay is bigger than 0, then it does something. And if it's less than or equal to 0, the delay is the duration of the previous animation. I don't think we want, we'll start by just doing the basic here. Why does add animation not work? Do we actually have to put in 0? Okay, we're gonna do the same thing down here, except we're gonna do player scale. And we also want to do that player scale every time because it's just so verbose. There. Makes it a little bit more readable. I'll do a 2-second delay on the player and see if that looks good. We also need an end action. So we probably want to add an idle animation here too. And for this one, actually, no, I'll just do an add animation for the idle. But we do want this on complete action because we want to know, you know what? Let's not do that. Let's just use an invoke instead. Scaled invoke. And we're going to invoke void Arthur interacts. Or maybe like we'll call it like Arthur recover or something. And then we'll stick that recover in there and we'll wait 3 seconds. We're also going to need a game object, public game objects, like a impact effects. And we will just instantiate that in impact effects right here. And where do we want it? We want the transform parents null. I don't know. What? Do you want to allow? Why are you asking this exactly in the middle? Wait, what? Cancel. I have no idea why that popped up. Very strange. Okay, let me catch up with chat a little bit. Lupercal. Oh, wait, no, I missed one. Oh, Cortor says I was. Oh no, I already read that one. Lupercal says if any game is 10 out of 10 for atmosphere, it's Shadow of the Colossus. Yeah, I feel like I want to play that one day. Maybe after I die, I'll play it because I don't feel like I'll ever have a chance to ever do anything ever again now that I have children. But maybe once they're older, I'll have a personhood again. Lupercal says the only low. Oh, right. I've already read that too. I just missed a message. Okay, I'm way behind. Sis4 says the music is great. Thank you so much. I agree. MJ Paul says, do multiple people work on one code or one particular system? Sometimes. Apparently, I heard at Spotify, there was like a team of 5 people just responsible for the rewind button. So I don't know. I guess at some companies it's worse than others. But, again, I've never worked on the programming team of a video game. So all I know is our little outfit. So I'm really not a great person to ask. I'm an artist who learned how to be a somewhat competent production programmer to make games, but I'm not a programmer's programmer. So I think there are probably better people to ask, at least with regards to coding. Koi Koopa says, didn't mean to be disrespectful. Oh, no, not at all. Don't worry. Just asked to learn if Unity is capable of high fidelity graphics like AAA style. I mean, I think it is. Yeah, I definitely think it is. Danvis says, I wonder what his monitor setup is like. He keeps looking down diagonally past his microphone, which seems like a really weird position for a screen. I don't know. I just have two. This is my main screen right in front of me. And this is my second monitor. And I'm looking kind of down into the bottom right because that's where the chat is. So I'm reading the chat. And my camera is up here above my second monitor. I think it feels pretty normal. I think you would probably feel like it was normal if you saw it. Okay, so instantiate world space. Sure. I'm looking for here, position. That's what I want. Where do we instantiate this? I want it exactly halfway between the player, or vector3.lerp between the player.transform.position. Actually, I think we might just have a player.position. Yeah, we do. And Arthur.transform.position plus vector3.up. And then for the rotation, we'll just do quaternion.identity. I think that's all we have to do. Oh, we'll get rid of this. Why can't you do vector3.lerp? Oh, because I didn't put enough arguments in there. Okay. There. And then we'll get ourselves a nice poof. Cortor says, I have one screen horizontal and one vertical. Tempted to get arms and a third monitor because I'm a mess and want to throw windows all over the place. Yeah, alt tabbing is pretty fast. I find I work a lot on one monitor, actually. Sometimes I feel like it's easier to alt tab than to turn my head, but I don't know. Hey, Stefan, welcome, welcome. All right, let's find our little poof. I'm pretty sure we have some kind of poof particle. Or like a dust puff, maybe it's called. Dust puff. There we go. There's a big dust puff and just a presumably not a big dust puff. So that one seems pretty unremarkable. Let's go for the big one. Oh yeah. It's all very slow. So why don't we duplicate that prefab? And I'll just call it like Arthur Collide Puff. Yito, hello and welcome. I'm working on, well, on a very macro level, I'm working on a video game called Songs of Glimmerwick, which is a Witch Academy RPG where the magic of the world is music. Oh no. For some reason, Restream is wanting me to sign in. So I'm wondering if my stream is even working anymore. Let's see. Can anyone see or hear me? I just have to check if my stream is even working. Because I think it's weird that Restream is wanting me to. So it looks like the stream is still going. I don't know why Restream is asking me to sign in again. So many issues with Restream. Okay. Well, it's going to be very annoying if I can't sign into Restream, so I'm going to be right back. Very peculiar. Okay, so I didn't lose the stream anywhere, but for some reason the chat made me sign in again. So there we go. Okay, thank you guys. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let's see. Danvis says at some point I was using a 47-inch TV as a monitor because I wanted to have 4 full screens next to each other. Wow. Wow, that must have been a 4K monitor, right? Thank you for the wish list link, Cortora. Sandman. I just realized that's how the name is probably supposed to be pronounced. Not me making a game on a laptop with integrated Intel graphics card. Hey, you can do that just fine, depending on the game you're making. I did think sometimes people really overestimate how important their machine is. Hey, Art Berklus. Welcome back. Hello. Hello. For the person asking about Unity, there are numerous videos on YouTube that compare game engines with the purpose of informing beginners. I'd recommend looking at some of those. From what I hear, Unity seems to be considered comparable to Unreal Engine, though maybe not quite at the same level. I have used neither myself. Art Berklaus is making a really cool game with his own engine. If I'm remembering correctly, please correct me if I'm confusing you with someone else. Yeah, I think that Unreal has more pretty things out of the box. I would say that the lighting setup is pretty, the shaders are pretty and stuff, and Unity is a little bit more of a blank slate, but they're both very capable commercial engines for sure. Godwinna says, hi, I just finished the Unity Essentials tutorial. Guess the Alco knew I needed you. All right. What are you working on specifically? So right now we're working on a little scene that introduces the broom to the player. A fun little scene where an NPC whizzes by on a broom. All right, rock on. You can call me Sandman. First name actually ends on, oh, Sandmay. Okay. Sandmay. Gotcha. Oh, I remember you, Berklaus. Yeah, if it's just someone's name in the chat, I'm not gonna lie, I have really a lot of trouble remembering people. But if I went and checked out their stream before, then I'll usually remember them. Berklaus is also a Twitch streamer, has a great channel. All right, so let's see what we have so far. So the broom, he whizzes by very, very quickly. Yeah, we cannot let the player get this far. Dang it. So, oh, it might just be because we got that null reference exception and then Unity gave up on the rest of the call stack. That would be ideal if that's all that happens. Okay, but we cannot let the we cannot let him take that long. Nothing is going to work if we, because the player could go anywhere in that time. They could run up to their shed, they could go inside. I don't really want to just like chain them down, although that might end up being what we have to do if it makes too many bugs. But we're going to try to do this sort of organically. So let's check out that schedule. So first of all, we need to do our Arthur dust collide puff. And what I wanted to do with that is just make this entire thing just needs to happen faster. So simulation speed, let's go 3. I think maybe even faster than that. Yeah, that seems better. Okay, let's save that. Oh, and we'll disable loop. And I don't even care what happens to this. I mean, I guess technically we should destroy on particle complete. I thought we had one for that. I was pretty sure we had like a destroy after the particle system is done, but I don't see one. Oh, here. Particle system auto destroy. And then I'll just hook up the thing. Cool. Save. Creates a little garbage, but it's fine. What's a little bit of garbage between friends? What I want to find is the schedule for the whiz. And we'll check that out. And I just want to find. So we just don't want him to have to travel as far. And I really don't want him to collide with the player at the point of the bridge either. This is such a difficult problem. I certainly don't want them colliding with the player on the bridge. That would be bad. It's like, it depends which direction the player is running. But anyway, we'll give that a go. Let's give it a save. Yeah, well, the idea is that his broom is a little out of control. Okay, I hope this is going to work. Let's give it another shot here. We also need to write a conversation. There's so many parts to this. He starts out so slow, and I don't know why. Look how far we can get. Crazy. I mean, we can go and we can talk to someone else. Okay. Why? It's like everything is correct, but then we have this weird ghosting effect. Like everything worked, but then we still have so many issues. We still seem to be tracking toward the player, which is not correct. So let's click on third guy who is in what state? What is his actual... Okay, his behavior is Arthur collide with player. So clearly that's a problem. Once he collides, he should not be in that behavior anymore, because that behavior is going to be constantly trying to move him toward the player. So let me see if... Oh my gosh, look at this. Oh no, approaching is true. So that should only ever happen once. But right here we have the state behavior changing to none. So where else are we changing this behavior? Oh my God. What? What is wrong with me? Gosh. We literally set it to none and then we set it back to collide with player. What is my issue? And then we have this approach and we never set his behavior. Okay, we set it back here. So approach is just when we're like very close. I don't know why he takes so long. Stefan says, why not have him collide with the player the first time you see him instead of passing by? We could do that, but it's just a narrative staging thing. You just imagine a moment where a player is running around and they're going about their business, and then this broom just whizzes by them while they're just yelling. They're just like, what in the heck was that? And clearly, you know, the guy sounds like he's not in control. And then it sort of primes the player for this moment. And then he comes zooming back and just smashes right into him. It's just kind of like I guess like a cinematic moment. If we have too many bugs with it, then yes, we definitely could just have a heat-seeking missile right into the player. No setup, no staging, no narrative moment, no nothing. And that might work fine. But I just thought it would be cool to have him whizzing by first. But yeah, we might have this problem where once he's triggered and he's whizzing by, it takes a long time for him to get to his destination and then turn around. There might be some things we can do to that, like whenever this NPC is off screen, he's just extra fast. We could take a look at that. But first, I will just get the thing working, and then we'll see about sort of containing the player. A friend-seeking missile, yeah, exactly. Hotel Soap, hello and welcome, says, is it common to get a 3D asset from a marketplace and then not be able to use it and try to get a refund, but can't? Oh, I don't know. You're asking the wrong person. I don't really buy any assets. And when I do buy an asset, it's like, it's such an inconsequential amount of money. I mean, we have employees, so it's like buying an asset is like a joke. It's like buying a coffee or something. And then if it doesn't work out, I wouldn't even bother trying to refund it because I just don't give a shit. Like, it costs like $100 to buy the asset. Nope, moving on. Don't care. Move on. Next thing. Let's get back to work here. I'm not gonna try to go refund an asset, but I understand that I'm kind of playing a different sort of game, I think. It's crazy that it takes them so long to get over there. I'm just gonna wait here like a good little player. I'll face away from him. Okay, perfect. That worked great. Excellent. And now I can't move. All right. We're finally close here. I kind of want this, well, I don't know. It seemed to work okay. But we need, once we have the impact, we need to play a sound. We need to stop his, well, Arthur dot can speak. Oh, we don't have a can speak. Let's get his audio source. We're gonna have to do some stuff to it. Arthur source equals Arthur dot get component can speak. Oh, yeah, can speak dot. Actually, maybe I'll just get his can speak. That would probably be better. Do Arthur speak? I'll do Arthur can speak. Okay, now let's get his Arthur can speak dot source, and we want to set that loop to false because we had it set to true before, and we want to do Arthur can speak dot stop. Oops, dot source dot stop. So we stop the audio from playing, and then I think that's it. I mean, we probably want to do some kind of umph sound or something. But first, let's just get a normal collide sound. So public audio clip impact sound. And then we want to do audio manager dot play, and we're going to play the impact sound. And we're going to play it. The source type will be FX. And we're going to play it right at player.transform. What issue do you have with that? You know, obviously, transform.position. You imbecile. Okay. Now we need to find that impact sound. Oops. Let's exit out of this. Yito asks, are some of the assets 2D? Well, I guess most of them are 2D because they're mostly just illustration sprites. Here, once this finishes compiling, I can turn the game. Hotel Soap says $100 is a lot of money. It is a lot of money, but when you're running a company, it's not a lot of money. So this is what the game world looks like from the side. It's a bunch of billboards. It's like $100 is a lot of money for a person, but if you have a person on salary, you know, just existing for 2 hours is more than $100 most of the time. So you're spending hundreds of dollars a day, thousands of dollars a week. So this is what the world is like, a bunch of billboards. There's also some modeled stuff, like this bridge is like mostly modeled, as you can see. And then a lot of proxified meshes as well. Like these buildings, Jacqueline draws them, she illustrates them completely, and then I break up the texture into an atlas, and then I do this thing called projection. And I project all the textures onto those buildings. Okay, so now he stopped yelling. And we need some kind of impacts, which is going to be kind of tricky. What is a life impact? Obviously, that's sort of a spell sound. Not going to be a wood impact. Really, it's more of a clothing. Like, we'll try like landing. I've got a few like mud landing. It really doesn't sound like two people colliding. Look for pack. I'll just constrain to audio clip. What about like a backpack? Like a bag? That sounds all right. I think what we're going to have to do is merge a bunch of these together. Let me catch up here. Damned says, I'm just noticing this character that isn't really fully implemented is already fully voiced. How much before the game is in production does the voice acting happen? Okay, so the voice acting happens generally right at the end. The reason why he has a voice is because I literally recorded that myself, screaming like that, because it was just a weird staged scene, and I didn't know if I was worried that an NPC randomly whizzing by on a broom. I was worried that like players wouldn't understood what just happened. How I wanted to make sure that the tone of he's out of control and he's like going crazy and he's whizzing by. I wanted to make sure that just merely whoa, you know, yelling into a mic like that with the whooshing sound of the broom was enough to convey that, and I needed to test it first. So that's the only reason why he has a whoa sound, just because I recorded that just to see if it worked. The voice actor was going to have to do that, obviously, because that one might work because my voice actually happens to sound kind of similar to the guy who voices it, but I'll probably have him voice that anyway. We're really, really late in production, so a lot of characters are already voiced. But yeah, script lock happens really, 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 really late as you can, typically. You want to give time for the voice actors, and then you also want to give time for bugs, for missing lines. You need time for pickups if people said it wrong, or you gave them a line and did not give them good context, and it needs to be re-recorded. There's so much stuff that can happen. So like we usually do voice acting, like the first round happens like 8 months from ship. For us, that's when we've done it, and then you do another round of pickups, usually a couple months out. James says, theoretically, you could have two broom guys, one that wishes by first, one that runs into you. I mean, it could be. It's kind of potato. I mean, if I could make him, whether I have two guys or one guy, it doesn't really matter. I can make that guy, I can make him turn around as early as possible. slash the trick is just to get him to come as early as possible. If I had two guys, I would have just somewhat the same problem. The reason why his turnaround point is so far out is because the player might be running right instead of running left. And if they're running right, I found that this is the closest I could get. If I put him any closer, the player might actually overshoot the turnaround point, so to speak. So whether a second Arthur is coming from that direction or whether it's one, it doesn't really matter. Either way, we're going to have a problem where the player sees either him turn around or where the player sees two Arthurs crossing each other, which, of course, the turnaround is probably better than the two people crossing each other, two clones crossing each other. So what I need to do is just not have a preset turnaround point. What I need to do is turn him around once he's off screen. That's really the trick. And I'm going to have to implement something like that in order to get him to turn around more quickly. But first, I just want the whole scene to work, and then we'll worry about the actual turnaround point because I can mess with that. Art Berklaus says, are the billboards all tilted? Is that to make them face the viewer more directly? Yeah, so the camera's looking down at 30 degrees, and so all the billboards are tilted 30 degrees as well, which I actually didn't have to do, and I actually regret doing that. If I could do it all over again, I would have had the camera 30 degrees, and I would have had all the billboards is upright, and then I would have just scaled them exactly the amount of foreshortening. I would have basically undone the foreshortening by just scaling them up. The results would have been visually exactly the same. You would not have been able to tell a difference. The only difference would be we would have less issues of like the player's head clipping into things that happen to be like 3D meshes. Because if all the billboards are tilted, that's fine. But the problem is when we have true 3D models, which we have a couple of in the game, then you have the 30-degree billboard. And then when you get really close to the other one, the head clips through, which is just an unnecessary problem. We could have just had everything upright. And then we could have just foreshortened or de-foreshortened things. But I wasn't smart enough to foresee that. And by the time I realized it, it was too late. And I didn't want to refactor the whole game. And it wasn't enough of an issue to just do all that over. Sorry, very long answer to a very simple question. Lord Matri says, the editor view makes me think of a super cool physical projection pop-up game. I saw it, Day of the Devs. Cool, very cool. Yito asked how many people are working on the game. Thought it was you and your partner. It's me and my partner, my wife, and we also have one full-time programmer. We have one contract animator, and our composer is also contract. And we also have a publicist who works only during the campaign moments. But in terms of developers, it's just the three of us full-time plus our one contract animator. Yitu has that's what she said comment. What are those circles called? I don't know the circles. Might be the little drop shadows under. Oh, I'll check out this pop-up book game on 80.lv. Oh, cool. Oh, that's really neat. That's awesome. Oh, cool. They had actual real pop-ups. That's really cool. Sweet. Justin asked, how long have you been developing games? I'm 35, so I've been in the games industry for 17 years. Whew, that's crazy. I'm not that old, but I've been doing this a long time somehow. Yeah, I got my first job at ArenaNet when I was 18 years old, and I worked in AAA for 3.5 years before I quit and started an indie studio called Eastshade Studios, and we made our first game called Eastshade. Actually, technically, our first game was a much smaller game called Leaving Lindau, but anyway, our first game was called Eastshade. If anyone doesn't know about Eastshade, I'll link to it here. Eastshade is an open world adventure game where you play as a traveling artist. It is technically our second game, but our first big game, and it's what our studio is named after. And it did pretty well. It's a sort of upper tier, call it like a upper middle class indie hit, because it's not a true hit. When people think of a hit, they think of like Undertale or something. It's not an Undertale, but it's grossed about like $3.7 million across all platforms worldwide. And it's been out for a while already. Okay. So we need to make that sound. And we got all these bag noises. I'm going to show the bag noises in Explorer. And I'm going to copy all the bag noises. This blacksmith stuff. Let's copy all the bag noises and put them into, downloads. Why do I do downloads? I don't know. We already have a bunch of the bag noises already in here because I was already doing audio design work. Whenever I do audio design, I literally don't save the file. I just like do it in the DAW here and then I just delete everything. I just don't even care. Just like, I'm never gonna like revisit this and tune this. That sounds really good. Just having two piled up sounds really... That sounds a bit too chaotic. Two seems to be enough. I want a little bit more of a thumping sound, but why don't we try our mud landing? Let's try mud landing one. I think I like mud landing 2 better. I'm probably already going to have this one in the downloads folder. We have an error in the console that I'm probably going to want to look at. Okay, let's stick the mud landing right here. Stagger these. No, doesn't sound good. I do want it to hit like right when it starts. I don't want any sort of buildup or anything. That sounds pretty good. I think we're going to need an oomph sound of some kind. I will put it in here. Oh, cool. We can record at the same time. It'll just be like... We'll try that. I'll do one more different kind. Oh! Okay. Oh, that's good. I think that one could work. Turn it up a little compared to everything else. Let's turn this off. We'll try the other one. How does that sound? Normalize it so that it's loud. No, that one I don't. This one is a little bit less like... Yeah, that's good. Okay, so... Actually, do we want that last bag sound? I like that. Just like that. Okay. I'm just going to fade this out. And then we'll just take that and do set selection to items. And let's just render it right into our audio. And I want mono. And we just want to do time selection. And we'll just say like Arthur umph. Pretty loud sound, but I think that that's good in this case. Okay. Yito says, a hit is a game that made enough money to allow you to keep making games as a living. I feel like that's like par. I feel like a hit is a game that sells extra. Which I think eShade sold extra. We managed to make it hard on ourselves anyway by taking so long on this game and not hiring more people because we were too scared, but that's a story for another time. Justin says you basically have to put in enough effort and strategy to meet the condition necessary to succeed at good outcome. We're still talking about selling games. Koi Koopa says, So much fun. Oh, thank you. Glad you dig the stream. Yeah, things are going smoothly at the moment. So things are going about as fast as I think one can hope for. Okay, so hopefully we have the ump sound in here. So let's click on our quest and let's get that umph. And we're already playing the sound. And then once Arthur recovers, I guess we want to set his conversation. We'll get his can speak. Actually, I'll talk to his NPC motor instead. And we'll say Arthur dot. I don't think his I think it'll be his can speak. Wow, we seriously don't have his can speak. Okay. We'll just get the reference to it again. Actually, it might be better if we stop getting these references over and over again. Why don't we just put this NPC motor Arthur, let's just put that in the at the top here. And then let's also get the skeleton controller. Let's get both of these and put them at the top as well. And we just want to delete the actual set. And then once we do the whiz, then we're going to initialize all this stuff. So we'll initialize that stuff. Okay, now we don't have to be getting it over and over again. So now we should be able to delete every instance of finding that. We can delete both of these. Do just a lot less find calls. Okay, cool. Oh, I wanted to do one for his can speak as well, because we get that a couple times. I will copy this and then initialize that. We'll put that line in there. Okay. There, we can remove that. Any other can speaks? Arthur can speak. Oh, I guess there's only, oh, here's the get component call. Oh, we need that one. Okay. So here we can just do Arthur can speak. Come on. Wait, what? Oh, I misspelled Arthur. Okay. That's better. I think we're good. Now we just need to do Arthur can speak. Come on. Dot conversation. Finally. Equals. And then we need to actually set the conversation because we don't have one yet. And I think it should maybe be conversation override. Oh. Oh, is it like, let's see, Arthur.state.conversation. Oh, there it is. So it actually probably wants a string, which is fine. And the conversation override is, well, we're going to have to write a conversation. I'll be right back. Okay, let me catch up with chat real quick. Yudo says, why don't you use autocomplete? Don't I? I thought I was using autocomplete. PWHV says, will you publish builds for... for Mac OS? No, we won't do that. Too hard to support. Too much time. We're going to have hard enough time supporting Windows as it is. Okay, we've got our umph, and now we need to write a conversation. So let's see if Arthur Convos has a folder. Let's create a new conversation. Create a wizard conversation, and we're going to call it Arthur Broom intro. James says, just curious, I'm very new to game dev. I've made a game prototype for a golf game and FPS. Very cool. Got any advice for art because programming hasn't been that bad? I don't know if I have any general advice for art. I mean, I came into this industry as an artist, as a 3D artist. Like I identified as a 3D artist. I made that my life's mission to become a great 3D artist. I lived it and breathed it every day. So like the way people come at game dev is kind of, it's different for me. Like when I came in the industry, it wasn't like you weren't a game dev and then some game devs like learn how to do art and code. Everyone had like a discipline. It feels like, and I know this is kind of crazy because like when the industry first started, they didn't even have artists, right? Game devs were just programmers. That's it. That's like you just... someone who made a game is someone who knew how to code. That was the only thing there was. And then, as games got more advanced, then you started pulling artists into it. But at the particular time that I came in the industry, which was like in the early 2010s, I think like 2011 or something is when I came into the industry. Or was it earlier than that? No, I think it was 2011. I wanted to make big games. I wanted to work on AAA games. Those are the kind of games that inspired me, and that's what I wanted to do. So I didn't think of myself as, just generally someone who made games. I thought of myself as a 3D artist, very, very specifically, actually a 3D environment artist. That was what I wanted to specialize in. So I just lived and breathed that wherever I went. I would pay attention to like doors and trees and fire hydrants and the things that made up the world. And yeah, I don't know. I just like lived, breathed that for years. I mean, 2 years before I got into the industry and then another 3 years after I got into the industry. So I don't know. My artist journey was really a long one and something I just like made my identity. So I can't really compare to someone who is just trying to learn art as like a means to an end. Like I want to learn a little bit of art so I can, make a game. Like, I don't know. For me, that like high level art advice is just like, well, roll up your sleeves and, pick your medium or your style of what kind of thing you want to start learning. And then you just have to like do studies and it takes thousands of hours and you develop your eye and you develop some like the techniques you fall back on and you develop your style and everything. So it's a really long journey. I would say if you're not already an artist and you want to make a game that has like art that is really like commercially competitive and excites people, then I think you have to get an artist. I think you have to get someone who made that their identity. Okay, let's see. Linux is also probably supported through Steam's Proton. Yes, that's right. Proton works great, man. There is no reason for us to try to mess around with trying to support Linux natively. I know that pisses people off who use Linux, but I mean, come on. Game dev is hard enough without us like pouring gasoline on ourselves and lighting ourselves on fire. We don't need to like torture ourselves or self-immolate or do any sort of brutal things to our own bodies for no good reason. It's already, game dev is already brutal. Fodas official, really appreciate the follow. Thank you, thank you. Okay. Oh, thanks, Tom Brady. Nice to meet you. Adam Jeffrey says, audio guy here, watching a bit on delay, but caught up to live to ask a question. Okay, rock on. Asks for sound effects, Mud 1, Mud 2. Did you make those yourself or did you get them from an asset library somewhere? So actually the mud landings I did make myself. I literally jumped on some gravel. But a lot of the times we use audio libraries or just like free sound or whatever to get the, I feel like sound design is like, recording sound is really, really fun. And finding the right sound is sometimes just easier, like going out in real life, because things on the internet are always mixed with all kinds of other sounds. People think, oh, you know, wouldn't it be nice to have like a rain sound in a city with like some cars? Like, no, we don't want all this sound mixed together. We want isolated things. And it's hard to get that on the internet. But I feel like sound design is mostly combining the sounds. It's not really like the source sounds is like, I don't know. Once you have a big enough library, I feel like you can put together a lot of stuff. Christopan, hello. I played demo on Steam Deck and it worked great. Hooray! That is always great to hear. Let's see. Yido says, now do you consider yourself a programmer? Not really. I'm someone who knows how to program, but I'm not a programmer. I feel like I'm still an artist. DB Robs, hello. Welcome back. Oh, rock on. Felt a bit overwhelmed at the point with bugs. Is the game too big, you think? I don't know. Yes, I mean the game is clearly too big for what we can do, but I think that there were things I could have done that it would not have been too big. I think I could have hired more people earlier. I think I could have worked harder in 2024 and maybe a bit of 2025. Not so much 2020, mostly 2024. I feel like I started to not really fight for my life. I started like just to be a little bit chill. I mean, I wasn't burned out or anything. I didn't like stop working. I mean, I was working every day, but like I didn't have the urgency, and I had hobbies, and I've never had hobbies before. I don't like fuck around with hobbies. Like this is what I was born to do. And I wasn't, attacking it with the level of urgency and single-mindedness that I needed to, given that I was a parent and there was absolutely no time for hobbies, and I didn't give up hobbies, and I regret doing that because I think we would be in a better spot right now if I had been grinding harder. And then also, I think even more important than that, I wish we would have hired more people earlier, for various reasons that I will spare you all on for the moment. Yeah, Foley is really fun. DB Rob says, I'm having a hard time not overscoping. Yeah, it's hard. It's really hard not to overscope for sure. Disky Paul says, Unity Dev here. Hello. Nice to meet you. I would like to ask, how would you manage draw calls? Texture packing. Draw calls are definitely the public enemy number one. Like, game optimization is like about draw calls, basically, I feel like. So the fact that you're asking that shows that you're already, on the scent. You already are further along, because like there are so many ways to manage draw calls. I mean, basically every single rendering optimization, not every single rendering but most rendering optimizations are about draw calls, right? That is kind of what makes games slow. So whether you do GPU instancing or occlusion culling or mesh combining, mesh batching, those are basically the three big ways, by the way. And depending on what game you're doing, those ones will work to different. If you're doing like an open world forest, I wouldn't even bother with occlusion culling. It's just you're not going to be occluding very much because your trees are, have holes in them and they don't really reliably occlude things. And you're probably going to go more an instancing route. Although I have had some success with mesh combining as well. But yeah, basically you're going to want to do some permutation of those three things. But it's hard. If you're making a top down game like we are, then it's so much easier because we don't have these issues, because it's always top down. You're never looking at making top down games. Actually, I wouldn't even say top down games, top down or side on games. Anything other than a free camera 3D game is a freaking joke to optimize. Really, it is a joke. I do not ever want to make another FPS ever again. It is so freaking hard. It is absolute. It's more than half of development. Honestly, it was more than half of Eastshade's development went into just optimization, and it is still the number one thing that people complain about. It will never be enough. You'll never get it right. You'll never sate people's bloodthirst for high frame rates, and it's just a battle you can't win, and it will always end in sorrow. So I say just don't even play the game. Don't even make a game like that. Do you have a lot of variety in your texture? What steps did you take? Oh man, I have a lot. I actually have a lot to say about this. I have to link you to to an article I wrote, because I could talk for an hour about this, but hopefully this will answer some of your questions. But yeah, this is like the whole manifesto of how we approached specifically foliage optimization in Eastshade. Yito says, maybe you needed those hobbies at the time. You never know what's going on. I mean, I definitely was feeling like working was hard. It was harder than it has been for me in the past. I guess maybe I was approaching burnout or something, but I don't know. But then I think about right now, you know, the position we're in, and what is really important to me in my life. And I've never had that problem. Like, oh man, I can't keep working. I need to take some time to do for myself or do some hobbies or something. That has never been something that I've just always been very one-track minded, and I felt like this is what I want to do with my life, and I've always attacked it with urgency. And every single day, it's like, oh, it's all I want to do. It's attack that thing that I really desperately want, and I want it so bad that I will do every single hour of free time, you know, that I can, while still fulfilling my other obligations. And I've never had this issue where I had this divided attention, wanting to play ping pong, which is what I was doing. A lot of table tennis, going to table tennis clubs and stuff. I got really into table tennis. But anyway, okay, I need to stop gabbing and I need to get back to this. What is this solidly hopeful message? I don't know. I don't know what that's in reference to. Danvers says, you can do first person the way games in the 90s did it, where essentially a PowerPoint presentation. Yeah, that'd be nice. All right, I'm glad that's helpful, Disky Paul. Yeah, it's probably better than I could do here in real time. Okay, so Arthur Broom intro needs to be connected to third guy. Third guy, we're going to crack open the conversations, and we're going to do Broom intro. And we set the conversation here, so we're going to get it by string ID. Awesome. Oh, the FBI. Yeah. I don't know. I'm bitter about it. I'm bitter because I have been so traumatized by how much shit we got from players, how stupid they think we are, how just like the tone with which they criticize, like, oops, they forgot to optimize, or just like, wow, the optimization is shit. It makes me want to freaking kill myself when I hear that. Like, to hear the optimization is shit after fighting so hard for 5 years, living and breathing optimization every single day, constantly, literally every hour of the day, thinking about optimization, how we can, do it better, how we can consolidate the draw calls, how we can try. I mean, I tried everything. I tried GPU instancing. I tried batching. I tried occlusion culling. I tried different versions of it. I tried grouping. I tried combinations of it. It just constantly fighting that all the time, and then coming so far, getting Eastshade, which is like a visually dense game, on with such a small team to look that high fidelity and to run like that, only to hear so many people say the optimization is shit. It just killed something inside me that made me not ever want to even mess with it ever again. I never want to work on an FPS, I guess. If you're doing a stylized FPS where you're not doing that really high fidelity stuff, where you're putting like 10,000 ferns on screen, 3,000 trees, and you know, the kind of stuff that Eastshade does, really dense forests and cities and everything, then I'm sure it can be more fun. But for me, that battle, even though I enjoyed the battle, and I think I was good at it, even though obviously most of the players think that I'm a freaking idiot who doesn't know my hand from my foot. It was just so shitty to hear how unimpressed people were with how hard we worked on it, that it made me never want to do that again. It made me like, it just kind of lost my taste for you know, pursuing that, trying to make a well optimized, high fidelity, free camera 3D game. Adam Jeffrey says, having hobbies, a family, a full-time job, and trying to learn game dev is hard. Yeah, I can imagine. Gamers are the worst. True story. Gamers are the worst. I admit I was one of those reviewers. I'm sorry for my 2070 was not up to the task back in the... No, it's all good. It's all good. Ito says people are ruthless. Yeah, and it's fine. I mean, they you know, whatever. They're buying something, and if they think it's shit, they can say it's shit. But it is hard to hear, especially when you had such a bugaboo and you worked so hard on it, and you just know you'll never be. People expect AAA levels. Even AAA gets it wrong. Like, you can Google literally any game. You think of a game, you Google, did it have bad optimization? The overwhelming answer every single time, doesn't matter the budget, $100 million, $200 million, $1 billion, whatever, it'll always be, yes, the optimization is trash. It's just completely impossible to please them on this. Solidly 1/3 of the complaints I had are about Unreal Engine 5 optimizations. Wait, which game are you talking about, Koratora? Justin says, there's a lot of assumptions people experience subconsciously. I think it's all practical work, something that happens if you get the position of the components right. Okay, so we've got the broom intro, and we need to actually start the conversation here. So Arthur dot, I guess we'll get components, interactive. Actually, do we have a reference to interactive already? Dot interacts. And I think we also need to set Arthur's state back, behavior back to follow schedule. Follow schedule. And we're going to unlock the player. Player, or it's actually game manager dot player lock. It's false. We got a bunch of stuff to set back. So Arthur dot agent dot enabled equals true, and Arthur dot character controller dot enabled equals true, and Arthur dot exit, I think it's like Arthur dot spine skeleton control, or actually Arthur dot, or just Arthur scale controller, right? Yeah, Arthur scale dot exit broom mode, I think it is. And then we interact. And yeah, let's put some placeholder nodes in the dialogue and let's see if it works. Cortor says the game I work on, a large amount of negative reviews are over performance. Oh, okay, gotcha. Cap says my assumption is that potatoes are better than noodles. I don't get it. Danvers says, I think optimization has become a buzz term that non-coding people often think they understand, which causes them to throw it around a lot in situations which don't apply. Yeah, it's definitely a buzzword for them. Okay, let's open this conversation and add a new node, and let's just add a placeholder. This broom is bad. And we'll do save project. And I just want to see if this is working. I will make sure to say speaker 2 is Arthur. And let's see if this works. It'll be a miracle if it does. There's a lot of stuff going on there. I mean, this class is 130 lines of code already, which is insane. Justin says, I believe the things we accomplish as imperfect humans with potential are all possible things through practicalities or actual condition, not impractical. I have no idea what we're talking about. I gotta be honest. Yido says, people being stupid is the cause of most problems in the world. It's true. It's true. And I'm sure I've caused my fair share of problems too by being stupid. Okay, I'll just stand here. Oh, that looked great, actually. Hell yeah. Oh, that worked. Okay. Oh, man, it worked. It looks good. It looks really good. I'm so surprised. But what is he doing now? Oh, we probably need to call refresh schedule. So let's see what state he's in. Current schedule is Arthur Tall Table, so that's kind of interesting. Okay, so we got to refresh the schedule. Yeah, that looked really quite slick. The only problem is the player is going to be able to go in all different directions, so we got to get him to turn around quicker. I wouldn't mind if the player was slower, and potentially we should lock them earlier. So let's go into Arthur collide with player, and let's just go like 25. And Arthur brooming, we just need to refresh their schedule. Although I would have thought it would have already refreshed, but I'll call that and I'll see if that works. Yeah, it probably is because he's not en route. So I don't think that this will necessarily work, but we'll try it. Oh yeah, to run extremely. No, it's that we're gonna destroy it right now if we try to go crazy with it. First, I just want it to work completely. Then I should probably write the conversation, I'm thinking, because the conversation's obviously not written. And then we're going to worry about turning Arthur around more quickly. And I don't know, maybe we could even slow down the player. Maybe speed up. It's, yeah, he starts really slow. It's very weird. Yeah, he doesn't go. Don't know why he doesn't go. So weird. So, oh, because he has a schedule override. We need to unset the schedule override and unset the conversation override. Yeah, I don't think we need to refresh schedule at all. I think it's going to automatically do that. So I'm pretty sure we can just do it right away. So conversation override will just be nothing. And then Arthur.state.schedule override will also be nothing. And I'm pretty sure that will work. Let's see. Baliro, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate that. And welcome to the chat. And thanks for the kind words. Appreciate that. He's just pouting over his bad broom. Which could work, but I don't want him to be stuck there forever. Let's try it one more time. Oh yeah, I think I need to turn the nav mesh agent. Oh no, we already figured that out. Gosh, why won't you go? Like, why won't you refresh?
Spring is my favorite season. Flowers, leeks, time for fresh milk.
He just will not return to his freaking... Okay. Let's see, his state is Arthur, tall table. He just won't refresh. Let me turn it to follow player and then back to follow schedule. And he still won't go back to what he was supposed to be doing. It might be that Arthur tall table does not have a show transition, which would make sense. Oh, it does. So there's absolutely no reason he shouldn't be. He shouldn't be walking. I don't understand. I'll try refreshing the schedule right before. Okay, let's go to the metadata processor and see if there's an easy way to refresh the schedule. Okay, it's just set schedule. And is there set schedule override? Just to oh yeah, there's a set override schedule. So we can maybe just set that to nothing, and that should force force him to refresh. So let's go broom intro, and I will put a function node at the end of this and just say set schedule override and just stick an empty string in there. And let's just make sure. Oh, we can. If argument is equals null, then we're literally going to say null and refresh the schedule. So clearly we're totally fine with it setting null. So I wonder if we just literally write null, if that's the correct thing to do. Save project. LW asks, you did the art too. So my wife is the lead artist, and she illustrated everything here on screen. She's the lead designer and lead artist and lead writer. This game is her baby, and I do sort of like tech art and a bit of programming and art pipeline stuff, among many other things. One day I'll figure out what my actual job is on this game. I guess I've kind of been calling myself technical director, but we also have a sort of principal programmer, full-time principal programmer who does more coding than me, a lot more coding, does most of the coding and all the important bug fixing right now. So she is the straw that stirs the drink for us right now. Let me remove, actually, you know what? It doesn't even matter if we're setting that schedule override. Let me just comment that out. I don't know if this is going to work. I don't know why he just won't walk to his position. I'll make sure, well, we got to wait for it to compile. Yato asks art stream when. I don't think that has any, that does not interest her whatsoever. I don't think live streaming and talking, maybe a silent stream or something, but she's not naturally a blabbermouth like I am. Just insufferable tongue yapper. Okay, here we go. All right, let's test it one more time. Thanks, Bolero. Appreciate that. He still won't go to his schedule.
Spring is my favorite season.
Also, why couldn't I click on?
Spring is my favorite season.
Hey, can you refresh? Like, what is your deal, dude? Like, what is your deal? What if I, like, this is probably not gonna work. But what if I just go to him? I just want him to start walking back to school. I don't understand this crap. Third guy, he's on follow schedule. Let me just delete that. Let's try like Arthur Regular or something. Oh, third guy has no schedule named null. Okay, so that was clearly breaking. Okay, I didn't see that. So why don't we just do an empty schedule override? Ito says, you need to teach her Japanese. Oh my god. Being a yakper is why I'm here. Well, thank you. All right. Wow, so you came in from a short, huh? I didn't know that shorts ever, that we were attracting any actual people were getting interested in our stuff from the shorts, but that's the first thing you saw from us. That's interesting. Okay, I'm just going to do an empty string. And surely there's a call to refresh. I mean, there must be. Let me check the metadata processor. Refresh. Schedule, set group schedule, schedule override, set schedule override. Very odd. Well, anyhow, I know that we should be refreshing right away anyway. Pisses me off so bad. Oh, look, there's no schedule named quote. Wait a minute. Am I not supposed to put... Oh. I think I'm not supposed to put string quotes. This is highly embarrassing. I think I was just supposed to literally type null with no string quotes. I think it's already stringifying this for me. Let me try that. Got his bell a little bit rung. Since we just keep on compiling and testing this, I might as well try to do the other stuff while we repeatedly compile this. So let me do broomwiz, and let me set this destination like, I want to set it way far away so that he'll never get to it. But then we want it to be like as soon as Arthur's off screen, then we want him to turn around. So I'm going to go ahead and save that. Yido says, I was going to ask you if you needed the quotes. No, you weren't being dumb. I was being dumb. So I'm pretty sure it's going to work now. But I also want to try to start doing the thing where he turns around as soon as he's not on the screen anymore. So we need some kind of repeating callback. So basically we just need to call crash. I'll get rid of this. Well, that might be useful. So we need an update, I think, an update loop. Or we maybe start a coroutine. As soon as we call whiz, we need to start checking when Arthur leaves the screen. But how do we make sure that it doesn't happen too quickly? This I don't know. This is tough. This is tough. We also, well, because we knew it's almost like we want to make sure he comes on screen, but I don't know at what point that will happen. So he needs to come on screen at least once. All right, so we'll start the coroutine here. We'll say start coroutine, and we'll start the new coroutine enumerator. Check for off screen co. And we just want to wait for while Arthur.transform.position, we should have the camera. So camera. Actually, I should probably cache camera. Camera cam. And then in Wiz, we'll do camera.cam equals camera.main. And we'll check cam.is point in view with a margin. And the point that we're looking for is Arthur transform dot position. And then the margin that we want, I think can be a pretty small margin. I'm pretty sure that's as percentage of screen. So 5%. We might even do less than that. We might even do like 2%. See how little we can get away with. So while the point is, I'm expecting it to be off screen at first. We're gonna wait, yield return null. So basically we want to wait for him. So I flipped that. While he's off screen, let's see. While he's off screen, we do nothing. And then once he's on screen, I'll put, now he's on screen. And then we're going to wait. So once he's on screen, we're going to wait till he's off screen. Yeah. While he's on screen, we're going to keep waiting while he's on screen. And finally now, at this moment, he should be off screen. So let's, first of all, start this. Check for off-screen co. And this is when we are going to turn him around. So here we're going to call the crash. And I don't know if that's going to work, but hopefully it will. The only problem is if he never comes on screen, that will be a problem. So I think, oh, you know what we can do is we will say a bool start crash equals false, or crash started. And then I'm pretty sure we can if crash started, then just return, and then we'll say crash started equals true. We want this bool because we just want to cancel out of this coroutine at any point. If the crash has started, then we can just return break, right? Break. Let me just make sure I'm actually doing this correctly. Unity, how to cancel out of coroutine. It's been a long time, guys. I forgot. What is it, like yield? Is it yield break? Yeah, yield break. Okay. Then we'll do that again here. Very nice. Hello, Vikund. Welcome. Asks, what is your advice for someone starting out in game development and learning to write scripts? I don't have any advice for beginners. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Beginners come in here and they always ask me for advice. I don't have any super high level advice. I'm very far away from, it's been a long time since I was a beginner, and I was sort of grew up in this industry. So I became a game dev before I became an adult. So I'm out of touch with whatever the world looks like for game dev beginners right now. Okay, so we've got that crazy coroutine that almost certainly, it just feels like the kind of thing that just won't work. But let's see. Hey, Nani. Warning the newcomers. All right, that's great to hear, Vikund. Vikund, maybe? Oh, good. It worked, guys, it worked. It worked great. Oh, what? Why did he run so fast? We need to set his speed to something reasonable. That dude runs at like 1,000,000 miles an hour. Oh my God. You guys know all my buttons. Oh man. Especially real-time global illumination. Yeah, I mean, he's got to be a little bit further off screen. So I did the margin is 0.02. Let's try a margin of like 0.05. That will give him a little bit more time off screen, or even let's go for 0.1. It was really tight there on the screen. So that should give him a little bit more margin. And then as far as the speed, we got to set the speed to whatever it was, which I don't actually know what the initial speed was. So I guess we'll store it. Do we want to store it, or do we just want to set it? Wait, whose speed did I set, I wonder? Arthur Brooming scene. Nobody's speed? How is that even possible? Somebody's speed must have been set, right? Well, how is he going 1,000,000 miles? Oh, right. It's this one, start whizzing. Or no, I'm sorry, not start whizzing. It's the get whiz speed or whatever. Word check for this. So it's the agent base speed. And then we set the agent base speed again when we start the crash. I don't think we need to enter broom mode or the agent base speed. Let's just get rid of that. It's just confusing. I guess let's cache the agent base speed. Initial base speed. Or we'll call this remember base speed. And of course, this will not serialize. You always have to think about serialization. And it won't serialize, but I don't really care because if it doesn't serialize, well, then when the player loads up the game, they'll already be slow. So I think it'll be okay. One kind of shit catcher we can do is maybe just check the normal NPC base speed in general. Uh, 2.8. So whatever, I'll just set this to 2.0. I'll default this to 2.8. And then we'll just go remember base speed. Right before we set the whiz speed, we'll just do remember base speed equals Arthur dot spine skeleton. Actually, we have an Arthur skell now, so I don't need to do this. Actually, can't we just do like Arthur dot agent? Wait, what? Spine skeleton controller, agent base speed. Okay, well, that's fine. Arthur skell dot agent base speed. And then we just want to set that again to the remember. And that's when this is all over. Just want to do remember base speed. The shit catcher is my favorite spell. Yeah. First ever broom hit and run. Third guy is not on a nav mesh. That actually could be a problem. I don't know how to make sure he gets back on the nav mesh, but I'm excited to see. This should be, in theory, this could be one that just works flawlessly, but we'll see. Okay, that worked great. We just need to give him a little bit more. Guys, it worked. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. And in theory, it'll do it again. I don't think I set it to not trigger again. Okay, I think I must have set something. Yeah, actually, no, I did set it to not trigger again, so that's fine. It might be a little bit helpful to be able to reset it. God, it's a lot of code. It's a little bit ugly, but it's fine. His broom animation after he goes off screen. Yeah, he needs to wait a little bit. So I'm going to do es invoke dot scaled invoke crash. And we're going to wait 3 seconds. That might be too long. We'll do 2 seconds. Because really, it's going to be more like 4 because he's got to turn around too. Yeah, that should be enough. And then we probably have to make some kind of animation for him. Or at least do like an add animation. I'm not really sure how to handle the broom. Let's do 1.5 here. What else was I doing? There must have been something else. It didn't feel that weird to be stopped. I'll say that. So that gives me confidence that maybe I can increase this distance even more, just so the player can't get too far. Trying to figure out how we can make him hold. How we can make him hold the broom. Oh, he has a special university suit, right? Yeah. Oh, maybe we pinned it wrong. So we do this one, then third guy. No, that's not right. Oh, I think we pin this one, then we do the normal uni one, and then we do the third guy one, and that's how we get the third guy. Okay. So we could add some kind of add animation maybe that just turns on the broom. Because here's him just getting up normally. And what would happen if we went into his hand here? Holding item back. Oh, come on. Is his broom being held in the other hand? Because that is going to be a problem. This dude has one arm. That's holding item front. Just had to be the arm he doesn't have, huh? Let's find that broom. Here's the broom back. So there's his broom. Is there some other broom? I wonder, is there 2 versions of the broom? Is that, there's hand back? Yeah, looks like. That just looks wrong. That cannot possibly be his broom. Well, anyway, in his case, he'll just have to get a different version of the broom, I think. We'll have to put a broom in his hand and add an add skin. But how long should he be holding that broom? That I don't know. Oh, here's broom. There we go. Okay, so we've got the broom is in 2 halves. I think that's our issue. Broom, there we go. That's why it felt so weird. Let me undo because I think we set a keyframe there. All right, so we've got to get the broom in his other hand, and then we have to add an add animation to where he's holding the broom. I wonder, how did we handle the fishing pole? Do we have a skin, or I mean an animation called like fishing pole that just keys the attachment? It's fishing idle, fishing fight, fishing equipped. This is it, yep. Fishing equipped, it literally just keys holding item back, right? It just keys the pole, and that's all it does. But the pole is in a strange spot. Okay, and it also keys his arm. So that's all we need to do. We're in business. We need to be like, we need to make a new animation called like Arthur holding broom, and then add that as an add animation. And then we can do everything we want to do. But we also need to set up the fact that the broom should be held in the arm he actually has. Let me catch up with chats. Okay. So under P, shared, we should have a bunch of brooms. Beards, broom and broom back. I think we're only going to get one attachment, so we might need to. Yeah, we might have to do both of them. I don't think we can do 2 attachments under one slot, which is all very annoying. But I also don't really want to make another texture. I think we're going to have to. This is very annoying, but we're going to have to do it. Okay, but before I do that, I'm going to take a quick breather. Okay, sorry about the delay, everybody. Let me catch up. Okay. All right, so he needs a broom in this hand, and we need to make a new broom attachment, which is annoying. It's very annoying, but annoying has never stopped us. So here we go. So under assets, spine projects, anim sprites, 3/4 P shared. We should have our broom. So our two broom sides. I'm gonna Control C, Control V, the one broom, and we're gonna call this like Arthur broom, because we're just not gonna use it in any other situation. And it's time. It is time to ship. And we just need to make one complete broom. Hey, Nanani says, did you end up making a new trailer? I did. I made a new freaking trailer. I made a new trailer, everybody. I wanted to make a good trailer in one day. I challenged myself. I said, can I make a good release date announcement trailer in one day? Did I do it in one day? No, I didn't. I did it in 3 days. But was it really good? No, it wasn't. But it's done. And usually it takes me like a month to make a trailer. So yeah, it was like pulling teeth. It was absolutely horrible. Do you guys want to see it? I can show you the trailer, and then I just have to pause it right before the end, right before the release date announcement part of the trailer. Oh, so risky. So risky. But it doesn't really matter. I mean, there's not really that much. There's not really that much mystery when we're launching, right? It can't really be. There's only such a window, unless we're going to delay until next year, which we've been talking about. But I mean, it's just pouring more and more money into the game. Let's see. Got this thing playing. We already have 2 trailers on our Steam page.
It's been so long since I've delivered the welcome speech. Let me see if I can remember.
Of course, the study of musical spellwork wasn't always thought of kindly. Music was banned throughout the islands for nearly 40 years.
Your robes look so familiar.
Okay. And then brooming, and then I'm pausing it because I'm so scared I'm going to overshoot it. Because if I overshoot it even 1 frame, then everyone can just pause the video and see when we're going to release. So that's as much as I can do. It's a very short trailer, but it's just a release date announcement, so people aren't really expecting a big trailer. Okay, let's see. Koi Koopa says, dumb question, but is monitor 27-inch? I have no idea. I think it is. That sounds about right. 27-inch monitor. Anyhow, what do you guys think of the trailer? At least what you saw of it. Does it work? It's pretty short. I think there were like probably 2 more shots and then the final slide that shows the release date, which is actually the coolest slide, but I'm just so scared that I'm gonna miss it by 1 frame, and you know. That would be bold. You see, November and December are really crazy crazy months because we call it AAA season. That's when all the big games come out, and usually not December. It's usually November. That's when all the biggest titles come out, which, according to at least Chris Sikowski, says that Steam is infinite and you should not worry about AAA releases because you're not competing with them. And I really appreciate Chris Sikowski's data. And I appreciate his opinions as well. I always want to hear what he thinks about it. For us, we do really well with the press in general. We always have, and probably I think the kind of game he's talking about for his audience, he's talking to a lot of sort of like, I don't know what the word is, but really like more like sleeper games that don't really do well with the press. Maybe just like really hot demo kind of games. But we have done well with the press. So I think that for us, we do need to be a little bit more thoughtful about release timing. If the press is completely swamped and they're all playing, Grand Theft Auto or whatever, then that's just less time they're going to have for us to make a timely coverage. So Yito says, how close is my guess? Well, I can't tell you that. It looks nice, says Mix. Thank you very much. All right, good to hear. I like that it introduces the central conflicts. Good. 2 to 3 seconds of downtime. Gotcha. Yeah, it's kind of like I didn't since I made it in 3 days. I was like, how can I we basically need like a 50-second trailer. That's kind of what people expect for a release date announcement. So I was trying to really make each shot count because I didn't want to make a ton of shots. Recording shots, it takes a long time. Okay, thank you, Gooey. Good to hear. I doubt your demographic buys a lot of AAA games. I actually think you're wrong about that, Yito. I think that everyone buys a lot of AAA games, especially we call them core gamers, and I think people who buy indie games on Steam are mostly core gamers, and I think they buy a lot of AAA games. I think that we are probably not competing with AAA games directly in terms of our release timing, but I do think we're competing for press's time. So I don't know. Get GTA away from me. I've never played a GTA game. But who knows? You might be right, Yito. I don't really know. I really don't know. Arthur Broom is the thing I want to open. Okay, here's Arthur Broom. And what I want to do is I want to grab the bottom half of the broom here. And perfect. And we're just going to go into the layers here and collapse this down. And we're going to go export, or actually we can just save. Arthur Broom, the file is locked, probably because it's read-only because I duplicated it from another file that was in version control. So let's go Arthur Broom, right click. Properties. Apply. Save. Okay. There we go. Now we go back. Actually, we should make sure this is added to version control, which is going to be annoying to find. But spine, projects, anim sprites, 3/4, P, shared. And we're going to find that Arthur Broom. Come on now. ArthurBroom.png, just make sure it's on there. And we're going to update our change list here. Arthur Broom collision sequence work. Gotta sneeze. Hey, Nani says, I can't remember the last AAA game I got. Interesting. Mixed says 3 days is inconceivable to me. Yeah, is that because 3 days is a long time, or because 3 days is hardly any time at all? To me, 3 days is like impossibly short amount of time to make a trailer, even a short trailer. Like I said, I think our first trailer took me over a month to make, and our second trailer I think took me 3 weeks to a month, something like that. Corridor said, I bought Horizon Zero Dawn because my coworker loves it, and Grounded because another coworker loves it. I dislike them both because I'm allergic to AAA. That said, I love Showrunner, and I can't tell if that's AA or well-managed AAA. There's exceptions, but I like hundreds of indie games. It's a sickness. Don't do it. Don't buy AAA games. Yeah, I mean, I liked Elden Ring a lot. Yeah, I buy AAA games. I play Forza just because my son loves cars and he loves to race. So he likes to watch me race, and he tells me what car to drive. And I can't even finish a race because he constantly wants me to repaint my car like every 20 seconds. Christopan says, there's a lot of people boycotting GTA 6 for not having a console to play it on, so releasing same day could be an interesting move. I thought that would be an interesting move. I have noticed that a lot of people think that. I saw like on an indie dev forum, I saw tons of people saying, oh, you should, release on the same day as GTA 6 because nobody will be releasing that day. And it scares me how many people think that. It makes me think that we're all thinking the same thing, but who knows? Who knows? Okay, so back into Spine, and just gonna check that shared folder under the A's. P, A. Should be Arthur Broom. Oh, there it is, Arthur Broom. Okay, so let's go all the way up. Holding item, I think it's holding item front. That's what we want. Stomach, chest, arm back. No, it's holding item back. There we go. Okay. So I'll just deactivate that because we're in setup mode. Actually, I want it to be the correct size here. It looks a little bit big. And in fact, you know what I think I'm going to do? I think I'm going to scale this thing down in Photoshop. So image size, let's do a width of, oh God, that's so high res. Why is there so much resolution on this freaking broom? Let's go 500. I mean, even that. Let's save that. Okay, now it's a little bit ridiculously small. So let's image size 1000. It's going to be a little low res, but I just don't want to use too much space on the texture. Also, I'm pretty sure I could crop this a little. Well, actually, the cropping doesn't matter. It'll already figure out the most compact way to do it. Okay, so let's do the scale 1.5. I think that looks like the right scale. That seems like pretty natural for him to hold it like that. Maybe just a little bit further back. But thinking about the weight, it's probably mostly in the back, so do like that. Okay, there we go. Now we just need to make an animation. This is called like broom equipped or something, or like hold broom would be fine as well. So let's make a new animation called hold broom. And it will have completely empty keys except for the attachments of the broom. And I'm pretty sure that's all we need to do. Like literally, we're done. Oh, project cannot write. Cancel. So let's go ahead and check this out. Spine, projects, main rig update. Come on. Here we go. Okay, main rig update. Let's make sure to check that out. We're also going to want to check out spine output, which is going to be player official, because we're going to have to re-export, unfortunately. So we're going to get that. And now let's make sure we can save that. And now I'm pretty sure everything is going to be fine. We can even just run the same animation. It looks so good. I see no reason to redo any sort of animation stuff. It looked great. If we can just add this hold broom animation, I'm pretty sure we'll be great. So what I want to find is that equipped, or like fishing equipped or something. I'm going to search project wide for that, because if we can find wherever we did that, we can do the exact same thing. Okay. Spine skeleton controller. Looks like we commented something out here. So we don't know why. Wow, we got lots of different places. Spine output should just be in scripts. Where? Let's go like enter fishing. I don't know. Anyway, this thing should work reasonably well for us. Arthur brooming scene. So right when he impacts the player, that's when we should set the new spine. Set animation all scales. We actually just want to do it on 3/4. 3/4 anim dot set animation, right? Dot animation state dot set animation. And what are we doing wrong here? Animation and then loop. Okay, we just don't need that last value. We're doing the wrong amount of arguments. Animation. Oh, we don't need anything. We don't need the 1 either. There we go. And we don't want fishing equipped. We want the broom, which is going to be hold broom. Copy. Hold broom. Save. And then we're going to need to clear that animation track. So we want to do that at some point. Do we want to do it right after we talk? Probably not. I will do one more callback here. Convo done. Convo done. I'm going to make one more callback. Void. Convo done. And we want to set that hold broom. We actually want to clear track. Clear the track index 1, and I'm pretty sure that will just stop the animation. But we do need to invoke this. And pretty sure it's just ES event. Yeah, it's ES event. So to make the callback in the conversation system, we need to call that. Whew. Yuto says, if you discover your release strategy on the internet, a lot of people are doing it. Yeah, could be. Could be. Hey, Nani says, also, by the way, the game is running better / more smoothly for me now than it did when I first played the demo. Interesting. I don't know what we would have done for, as far as optimizations. I don't think we've done any optimization. Yeah. I mean, we done a lot of bug fixes, but no optimizations. Mick says famous last words. I'm pretty sure everything's going to be fine. Yeah, I know. I know nothing's ever fine. It always goes to shit. So in the conversation crafter, I just want to invoke ES events. Here we go. Conversation done. Save projects. And then at least we have a callback so that in some amount of time we can clear out that animation. I'll actually do ES invoke on it, because we want him to walk off with the broom, but we don't want him to hold the broom, just be holding the broom all the time forever. That's just kind of weird. So we'll put in the action, and then we'll say in 15 seconds. I think that that's reasonable. Yito says, I feel like you're running on hate and despair. Oh, that's not good. I'm not running on hate. But we are really stressed out right now. Really, it's just we have this like pit in our stomachs all the time about the impending launch. You know, we've been working on this game for 8 years, and we spent all of our money and then some, and then quite a bit. And we just have a lot. There's just a lot on the line, and we have a lot to lose. And we have 2 young children, and it's hard to stay focused, and we don't get to sleep very much. And Steam is a competitive environment, and we care a lot about this game, too much. And we know that of course, everyone would always prefer more time, but we just have a lot to do. Maybe too much to do. And it's stressful. Korator says, spite is the muse of game devs everywhere. Hey. I won't lie. I won't say I haven't always had a chip on my shoulder my whole life. Cannot let the bugs win. Yeah. Hey, Nani says, I would say running on passion and an empty tank. That's definitely a more charitable description. I appreciate that, Nani. Thank you, Mix. That's very kind of you. Okay, so is this gonna work? So we've got the animation. I'll go ahead and save this file and run the exports. You know, he's gonna lose the broom when he goes into the back view, so that's not ideal. But we'll just see what happens here. Export that. Thank you, Koi Koopa. We have sort of a number of concerns about the game. I mean, one is just bugs and stability, progress impeders and stuff. But then the other is just the content polish, the things we know we can make the game better, but we just don't quite have time, but we'll see. Can we set his walk speed back to extra fast for the lulz? As Mara says, are the wish lists looking good? We have 168,000 wish lists. So they're looking, I would say, solid for solid, but not, it's not game over. I mean, because we spent probably around $1.8 million making the game, then, you know, that's where you'd want the wish lists. If we had like 50,000, I think it would be really scary, because it'd be like, wow, you know, there's a decent chance we won't make our money back. But with 167,000, we're probably going to have 200,000 by the time we launch. There's still a good chance we won't make our money back, but it's more likely that we will. And so, of course, it's better to be in that position. If we had like 1 million wish lists or something, it would be like game over. We would know for a fact that there's almost no way that we wouldn't make our money back. But yeah, it could be worse. I'll say that. It could be worse. Yito says, why do you make games? Actually, this is a great time for questions, because this export takes forever and I can't do anything while it's doing it. I feel like I just like can't not. Like, ever since I was 16 years old, I decided I wanted to make environment art for video games. And that was kind of my singular mission, and I loved it, and I still love it. I love environment art. I love modeling. I love walking around game worlds. And every single thing in life just gets reflexively funneled into that inspiration for that. Like, I'll see a cool door and I'll think about, you know, it would be cool if it was in a game. And if I walk through a beautiful forest, I think about how excited I am to make beautiful forests in video games, and to sort of just be inspired by the forest. And I want to like interface with the forest more deeply, and I want to try to recreate it. And so that's why I love environment art. And then I see that my love for making games is sort of an extension of my love for making places. And I love coming up with game loops that give you a reason for being in these places. And I love the sort of challenge that we've carved out at eShade Studios of trying to make games that leverage their setting like more than other games, and to not have combat, because I don't think combat leverages the setting very well. So I feel like I was born to do it. It's all I want to do. I'll never stop doing it. And I feel like nobody else is making the kinds of games we're making. Nobody puts setting as their first design pillar. It's always like, you know, most normal game designers have a game loop that they think is fun and engaging, and then you put a setting to that. You don't let the setting tell the game loop what it needs to be. You let the game loop, you know, decide everything else. But we do it backwards, and I think that's just really weird. And I don't think anyone else does it. Not really. I mean, people like to say they care about sense of place, but not like us. Corator says, I'm a Witch Academy game hater, and I'm super stoked for the game. You'll be successful. Oh, thanks, Coratora. That's very kind of you. Really, a Witch Academy game hater. I guess there are a lot of games in this sort of, with this setting, that have art styles that do not appeal to me. That's for sure. Lots of very like sort of chibi kinds of art styles, overly kiddish, which is fine. I'm not like dissing that art style. Like, I don't mean chibi in a bad. It's lots of people like chibi, and kiddish. I mean, lots of people like that too. Like Animal Crossing is like, you know, great seller. People love that game. To me, that art style is just not to my taste at all. Hey, Nani says, how's the fam jam doing? The kids are good. I think they're good. And Jacqueline's, I think, she's like me. We're just grieving the perfect version of the game that will probably never come to exist. But we'll get as close as we can. I don't know, and we'll keep working on the game after it ships, and maybe we'll get to something we can be proud of. But there are days where we're really low. Okay, Korator says, not at all. It's popular for a reason. Yeah, for sure. Just not my jam. Yeah, I'm in the same boat. Nani says, kids good, mom and dad stressed. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I mean, if the game does well and people like it and it sells well, it's funny because this will be the most heroic march of our lives. Like this will be the greatest year of our lives because the suffering is unimaginable, and it's the worst year of our lives. But you know, to have the payoff in the end, to grind that hard and be that up against the wall, and then to come out, you know, with everything honky-tory, would be very victorious. But of course, if it doesn't do well, then, you know, we're marching to our doom. So, you know, people ask me, how are you doing? And I feel like my answer has to be like, in X amount of months, I'll tell you how I'm doing. But right now, I don't know how I'm doing. Okay, so we've got the new animations. I'm going to run the game, and then I'm going to stop the game, and then I'm going to run it again because that seems to make all of the spine stuff updates. So see, she's all jumbled up. But if I exit out and then run it again, she'll be fixed. Yuto says, I feel like there is nothing more fulfilling to have creative work to look back on. Even if the game doesn't perform well, which it seems like it will, you'll have the satisfaction of creating a world. It is satisfying. I actually like, my favorite phase is sort of a little under halfway through. I feel like once you really still have the vision and you're still dreaming about the game, but you're already in production and you're seeing things come together and you're dreaming about what the game can be, and you sort of have your pipeline and you've gotten a taste. You know, you have some kind of vertical slice or playable area. That to me is the most exciting moment. Because I still look back on Eastshade and sort of grieve the things that we didn't get to do. For some reason, it never really went away. Like, yeah, I guess just the perfect version of the game. When you finally decide that you have to move on, it's time to move on. You know, you're just losing money by working on the game more. It's hard. It's sad, I guess. Or if you can't keep working on the game because you don't have the energy to keep. You're done. You tried to climb Everest. You got as high as you could. You have to turn back. I guess that feeling is, I don't know. It's a very sad stream. I'm a very happy-go-lucky person for the most part. I'm someone who frolics, but I'm also a bit dramatic, so. I should just shut up. Oh my god, it worked great. I can't believe how well that worked. That was fantastic. Nick says, you can't afford introspection. You're on the clock. Yeah, exactly. Shine says, the setting first approach resonates with me too. That's awesome. So far, I only participated in a couple game jams, but it felt awesome to grow sort of a core from which all the other things are organically growing and supporting each other. That sounds amazing. Korator says, I'd argue that Elden Ring is very setting first. I think Elden Ring has really strong, the setting is very important for sure. Yeah. I don't think it's setting first, but I think what Elden Ring did really well is they created a world that goes really well with their game loops. Like the sort of narrative prescription for the kinds of things you do in a FromSoft game is they just created a very perfect sort of tone and world for that. But I don't think the setting comes first. I still think that the big boss battles are the high concept for the game. And the sort of like puzzle mechanic of figuring out the animations and stuff. Yudo said, what would you do if you had infinite money? I mean, pretty much the same thing we're doing now. Yeah, pretty much the same thing. The only thing is I would have hired more people and we'd be a lot less stressed about stuff. And I think the game would be a lot better, obviously. But yeah, not too different. Hey, Nananis have Frolicker, who is also a game dev. That's right. Do it again, says Koratora. I think it's weird that when he turns, he doesn't have his broom anymore. So I just gotta put the broom in the other angles. We've come so far. Let's do it. Let's get the broom. Let's go anim sprites and back P shared. And now we just have to go into the front P shared. Let's stick that in. Now we got to go to each angle, and the other angles are not pressed for texture memory at all, so it's really nothing performance-wise to add this stuff. And obviously it's the easiest animation in the world, so this shouldn't, honestly, the most time-consuming part is just going to be another export. I just want to make sure I get the right hand, so let's start by going to the students and making sure we get the third guy. Third guy, pin, uni, pin, third guy, uni. And now let's get our hands. Holding item back, crack that open. And let's collapse this and make sure to go into setup mode and under images. Let's find our P shared. Let's find our Arthur broom. Drag that up. Holding item back. Okay, so it clearly needs to be a lot bigger. 1.5, 1.5. The draw order, I think the image should be all the way in back. So the draw order is slot based. So that's pretty unfortunate. But maybe it won't really matter too much. I don't know. Let's see the walk animation. Here, let me turn off that, and then let's go into animate and let's check the idle first of all. And we'll turn on the broom just so we can see what it's like. No, it's not going to work. Okay, so I think we'll need to at least key the draw order on the hold broom. We can do that. Animation, hold broom. Okay, so not only do we have to key the attachment, but we also have to key the draw order. Which is going to be what? Hold item back. Holding item back, there it is. So let's just put that way down. I think all the way at the bottom. I'm not even going to do anything else. I think that's all we need to do. We're done. One key. We're good to go. Okay. Yudo says, most devs I know say they would keep making games. Oh, yeah, so definitely keep making games. Yeah, not even necessarily different games from the one that we're making. That's maybe the crazy part, is like we're literally making the games we want to make. We don't have to like change the kind of game we want to make based on our budget. I mean, we had a lot of money. Like eShade made a lot of money. We were millionaires. We had millions of dollars. We spent $1.8 million making Glimmerwick. So, I mean, even if I could do it all over again, I would do things a bit differently. Like I've said many times on the stream, I would have hired more people, not a lot more people, but I would have hired maybe 2 more people than I did. We only hired 1 full-time person, so I would have hired 3 full-time people, and I think we would have been done with this game 3 years ago, and it would have been cheaper. But yeah, it wouldn't have made, like, if we had $20 million to make a game, you know. It's like, I guess it's 1 order of magnitude more, but it's not like multiple orders of magnitude. Okay, we'll save that, and then let's go into the back view. Okay. So we've got to do third guy. Pin. We've got some other stuff pinned. Let's undo that. And then uni, pin, and then third guy uni. Wait a minute. This is weird. Uni, pin, third guy uni. Third guy uni doesn't seem to be working. It seems like he's not. Oh, this is not right. Because it's not making his arm. He's got too much arm here. Maybe we should fix that. Hey, Nonani said, how many eShades did eShade have at launch? Yes, I do remember, 28,000. But eShade's pre-launch metrics were... The eShade's sales to pre-launch metrics were completely insane. Like, games with 28,000 wishlists don't make more than $3 million the way eShade did. We had there's a range of, well, we call it the Burkett ratio because Jake Burkett came up with this number in a legendary article. Basically, he looked at the amount of wishlist pre-launch. He was the first one to do this. The amount of wishlist pre-launch compared to the amount of units you will sell in the first week. And he asked a bunch of devs for their data, and he came up with his Burkett ratio. And the Burkett ratio range is pretty massive. It's like anywhere from like 0.02 all the way up to 1. 1 is like the most insane, crazy outlier. The median at the time that Jake Burkett did his article was around 0.2. So, and most games fall in that lump, like 0.1 to 0.3 is like, I don't know, 80% of games are going to fall in that range, or like maybe 50% of games or something. eShade's Burkett ratio was literally 1. I mean, it was one of those crazy outliers where we had about 30,000 units sold in the first week. So we had way more sales. Our pre-launch campaign was garbage, and the game just had a lot of staying power, and it's just turned into this kind of cult game that kept selling, and every sale, every discount kept selling and selling. I also stair-stepped the discounts pretty slowly. So we had eShade currently is selling the best it's ever sold, I think, in the last like 4 years. It's never sold better other than like in the first years after it came out. So it's selling really well right now. Even now we're going to make like double this year as what we made last year. And it's because of Glimmerwick. It's because so many people, like, we got a crazy sales spike on eShade after the Glimmerwick demo. We made like 50 grand the first discount after the Glimmerwick demo, we made 50 grand. We haven't made 50 grand in a discount since it wasn't even a daily deal or anything. It was just, we had just accumulated so much interest in our studio from the Glimmerwick demo. People played the Glimmerwick demo and they were like, this game is so different. What does this studio make? And they went and found eShade and they bought that. So I did not expect that, but the slapback sales are crazy. So in a way, you could already say Glimmerwick has already made hundreds of thousands of dollars for our studio, because our sales curve has completely ticked up for eShade. So that's good. Renzos says, I just joined. Did I hear you correctly? You made 3 mil off the game. So we did not make 3 mil. The game made 3.7 million gross. So that's pre-platform cut. The net take home for eShade Studios is like 2 million, something around 2.1 or something like that. That's how much eShade Studios made from our game, my wife and I. Yido says 168K in comparison is insane. Gotta keep them fresh though. Yeah, actually wishlists don't age, at least according to Chris Sikowski. The conversion on wishlists does not change with time. Yido says, who is the wizard that's your publicist? Our publicist is named Charlene LeBron. She's done a really great job for us. Renzos asks, are you indie? Very indie. Maximum indie. At least to my mind. Some people think I'm not indie because I used to work in AAA, but that's kind of crazy considering we're working in our house and our studio is 3 people big. We have myself, my wife, and 1 other full-time programmer. Hey, Nani says no, because a lot of people wish list just so they know it's coming. So I just was looking at this arm and I was just getting a little concerned about this arm. Renzos, thanks so much for the follow. Appreciate that. Well, thank you. Yeah, I'm actually I'm among a circle of indies where I'm like literally a peasant. So there's people are making a lot of money in indie games, that's for sure. Why can't I select any of this stuff? This is unusual. I'm concerned about the skin order here. Let me look at I want to fix this bug if I can. Let me look at the data here. Third guy. And the ad skins are always the same. So it's uni, then third guy uni. Oh, there's something called third guy uni. It's uni, then third guy uni. Okay, there we go. Now I've got it. All right, never mind. False alarm. I don't need to mess with that. So, but what I do need to mess with is this holding item. So we still need to go into setup mode and get our broom. Thanks for invoking the moo bot. Hey, Nani. And let's get our broom here. Shared. Holding item. Okay. And then let's go 1.5. Maybe 1.4. Maybe we want to rotate this way. No, that doesn't look very good. Yeah, we'll just keep it like this. I just want to get this through so that I want to make sure that it's kind of sticking out on this side. I just think it would be weird if it wasn't. Just want to make sure it changes the silhouette on both sides. We might sort of pitch it down like that. That might look a little bit better. But now it's harder to see it sticking out. Okay, I might have to scale it up. That looks huge though, doesn't it? Looks like a very beefy broom there. This is weird. Why is the... Can't see any broom in the walking animation. But you know what? We just have to try it. So I'll turn that off and then we'll go into the animate mode and we just have to go new animation, animation, and then hold broom. And the hold broom needs the broom. So under holding item, Arthur broom. And I will save that. And now I have to export again. Hopefully we've done everything. Yito says, you might catch the release of the new Harry Potter stuff with your release, which would help you a bunch. Isn't Harry Potter stuff always coming out? I feel like, you know, obviously back we had the books and then the movies, and the movies were coming out every couple years, and then we had like the play, and then we had Hogwarts Legacy, and now we've got the TV show. I feel like the Harry Potter stuff is always coming out. Oh yeah, and then we had the Newt Scamander movies as well. Well, I know the Witch Academy or like wizarding school trope is very popular in general, so hopefully it'll continue to be popular for a while. We are, of course, always concerned about Witchbrook. I don't know why. It's not like, I mean, if anything, my publicist and I were talking about this. She thinks that she thinks the better Witchbrook is, and the more it sells, the better it is for us. That's what she thinks. That basically it will sort of create even more taste for Witch Academy stuff, and people will be, the more people that buy Witchbrook, the more people will be looking for other sort of Witch Academy games. And I can see that. And that's what she thinks is the most likely. I don't really know, because it seems like Witchbrook is very systems heavy and multiplayer, and it could be one of those all-consuming games that just people put hundreds of hours into, in which case I'm not really sure if there's sort of space for us in there. But on an artistic level, the day that Jack and I heard about Witchbrook, which was way after we started Songs of Glimmerwick, like literally years, we're already in production for years on Songs of Glimmerwick, when we heard about Witchbrook for the first time, we were completely devastated. We were sad for a while. It just felt bad. It just feels bad to be doing something that is really similar to what someone else is doing. I don't know why. I can't explain it. Even though our art style is completely different and everything. I don't know, just the whole mixing like kind of farming sim with Witch Academy stuff. And then we sort of moved away from farming sim, and then it looks like they moved away from farming sim too, if it ever was going to be a farming sim. Seems like they're a lot more of a life sim. But that actually is what prompted us to add the music component to Glimmerwick. Like Jacqueline really wanted to be very different from Witchbrook. She was like, well, they're just doing, you know, a Witch Academy thing. We have to be like a different kind of Witch Academy. So that's when she came up with the music, just to try to differentiate ourselves. And the more stuff I look at from Witchbrook, the more it's like, it's kind of crazy how many of the same decisions we seem to have come to on a lot of things. Of course, we don't know because nobody's played Witchbrook, so who even knows? But a lot of weird coincidences in there. Loom as Art, hello, asks, do you have any tips for an artist, asset creator, and game dev beginner? I'm so sorry, I don't. I don't have any high-level advice. I don't have any generic high-level advice. Yito says, she's right, people will want more Witchbrook. Yeah. And then if they're looking for exactly Witchbrook, I don't know. Are we going to be close enough? I don't know. I don't know. I also, on an ego level, and my ego is incredibly large, I hate being like this sort of second chump to Witchbrook, like that other game that's not Witchbrook. I don't know. It bothers me. But there's nothing we can do about that. Yido says, it's like early 2010s, people wanted more Walking Dead, so we got a billion zombie games that did well. Huh. Interesting. I didn't even fully connect that was Walking Dead, but I guess it makes sense. I thought zombie stuff has been popular forever. Valley of the Wind, hello and welcome. Good to see you. So the music element didn't come until later. Yeah, that's right. Loom as Art says, might you have any ideas where one would find a small group to help a game? Wait, find a small group to help a game. How did you and your group meet? Like find other game devs? Well, my wife and I met in community college. And so I wasn't even a game dev yet. So we sort of grew up together. We've been together since we were 18. And then she was she wanted to be an art teacher at the time, and she graduated college and she went on to be an art instructor. And then she started helping me on eShade after I quit my job. And then she started doing more and more stuff. And then she was really awesome at it. So I told her she should quit her job. And I sort of roped her in. And now she's been a full-time game dev ever since. And the best game designer I've ever worked with. And so now we're making her game, Songs of Glimmerwick, after the successful eShade. And everyone else we just hire. That's what we do. So with money, have money, hire people. That's how you find great people. It doesn't really often work when people sort of team up, especially people who aren't already professionals, because I feel like it's a lot, when you have a lot of like hobbyists teaming up, it just feels like you guys kind of slow each other down, and like just like the blind leading the blind. And like, you know, you take 100 aspiring game devs. I would say only 2 of them are really serious about it. Only 2 of them are just going to like keep at it for months and years, grind on it day in, day out, like live it, breathe it, really, really, really want to do it, and have made it a goal in their life to do it. And they're going to keep doing it, you know, and make time for it and prioritize it. It's very rare, very, very rare. That's why like 99% of game dev related stuff on the internet is by beginners for beginners. It's like a beginner ecosystem. That's not even necessarily game dev. That's just all things in general. You know, if you take any sort of interest, everyone is a beginner, and then only a small percentage of those beginners go on to be sort of like knowledgeable veterans, or only a small percentage end up to go on and do it professionally. So at any given moment for any given sort of field, you're going to have way more beginners on the internet talking to each other than you're going to have professionals or veterans. So I don't know. Before I got into the industry, I was on one of these little like hobbyist teams, and it was so stupid and such a massive waste of my time. And it would have been much better if I had just been making my own stuff. Fortunately, I figured that out very quickly, and I was like, oh, F this. And I was also the only one who did anything. So yeah, I feel like that situation can really happen a lot. If you meet a professional and you're like working in game dev, and you know another professional game dev, then the odds that it could work are much higher, because you know you're both serious, right? You both reached a certain level. You both were serious about it to the point where, you know, you both managed to get jobs in it and stuff. So that helps. Yito says, have money is the best advice for any endeavor. Yeah, the amount of people who just abandon projects out of the blue grinds my gears. it's hard to stick to a project. I mean, money is the best way to get people to stick to a project. Yeah, you have to have a pretty weird brain, I think. I have not met anyone who's as weird about this as I seem to be, but yeah, to quit your job and I mean, Eastshade took 5 years. And I never considered quitting for even 1 second, even though I gave myself parameters. I said, if Eastshade's not out in 2 years, you have to stop and you have to go get a job and give up on this. But when 2 years came and went, that was not even on the table. It was like, obviously, I mean, I'm going to die making this. Like, I would rather die making this than give up on this. I would rather be dead in the ground. If this is the only thing that I do with the rest of my days and I ship this game and I immediately die the day after I ship this game, then I will have lived a good life and I will be happy with myself. That was like the level of impetus that I felt to finish Eastshade. It was like my singular purpose in life. And, you know, nobody's cracking the whip when you're working on your own money. Sorry, guys, I'm yapping because I'm waiting for this thing to export. When Spine is exporting, I can't use my computer. If I try to like do stuff in Unity, it will, because it's writing files to Unity. Unity's constantly trying to refresh them, so it really messes a lot of stuff up. Do your best or die trying. That's right. All right, cool. So let's see. We got to change a little bit of code as well. We're just doing 3/4. So what I want to do is clear animation state.clear track. How come I don't have a clear track, Arthur skell.clear.animation. Set animation empty, all skells. Set animation, all skells. I think it's this one. Track is 0. Oh, is there more arguments here? Let's see. Oh yeah, the mix duration. Dude, I don't know. Can I use 0? Doesn't matter, I'll just do 0.1. Okay, what else? We also have the hold broom. And for that, we just want to make sure to do set animation all skells. And it wants a few more arguments here. I'm just going to do 0. What? How many parameters do you want? You want a track index, 1, an animation name. We loop. Oh, we want a time scale. Why do you want a time scale? Okay, a mix duration and an add anim. I think that's all we want. Now, will that work? I do not know. Yito says, does it come from a desire to not be a consumer but a creator? No, not really. I don't necessarily want to be a creator rather than a consumer. I mean, I consume far more than I create. Not in terms of hours, but in terms of, I mean, I can consume more in one day than I could ever create in my life. I would just play, you know, Skyrim for 6 hours, and it's more than I could ever. No, probably not really, but you guys know what I'm saying. I don't know. I just want to create. I can't explain it. It's weird. It seems just like intrinsic. Doesn't need any like. It doesn't have any like rational chain of, well, I want to create because of X. I just want to create because I want to breathe. I don't know. I can't explain it. I don't know if anyone else feels like that. If they can maybe articulate it better than me. I imagine it's a very common feeling. I know there's a lot of creators watching. Oh, I don't even remember the question, Lumazar. I'm just ranting. Oh, okay, about the meeting people. Yeah. I do think beginners should not team up. That's my opinion. I'm gonna try to go crazy and... That's great. God dang it. He loses his broom, though. Why does he lose his broom? Okay, now he has it back. It's a very skinny broom. And then... that bird, I don't know why that bird bugs out. Okay, now he, I think... there, it's gone now. Perfect. Okay. Well, I could not be happier with that. That is just great. I will try to like sort of test it and see if I can break it. But right now I really want to know why the hold broom is not happening on all animations. I don't get it. Because I finished exporting. So we should have the animations. I could try like player official back. We got this third guy is not on a nav mesh. I don't like the look of that. And did we really save this? Did we really compile? I'm sure we did. I'll just compile one more time just to make sure that everything kind of came in. Good morning, Sophia. Okay. I'll be right back, folks. Okay, let's see if this is going to work. I doubt it will. Ah. Yeah, he doesn't. Oh, look, the draw order on that is a little messed up too. I don't know why he doesn't set it for all of his angles. But I'm going to set it again. Right here when the convo's finished. I'm gonna do it one more time just in case. Just in case that helps it. We'll see. But I'm really pleased with it seems to be impossible to lose him. The only thing I might do is like set an interaction lock so that I can't interact with anything while that scene is playing out. Let me see if I can do that, because that would be pretty important, I think. So right when the whiz starts, let's do the interaction lock. Player.interaction, nope. Game manager.interaction, nope. Game manager.interaction lock, interactive lock. True. And then the only time when it finally lets up is moments before Arthur recover, since it manually invokes the interact. Right here, interaction lock, false. And then that way the player will not be able to enter a building or something like that while that scene is playing out. And I think we'll be golden. Then all that's left to do would be to write the conversation. And then, well, we got some other hooks to set up for actually buying the broom. But really pleased with that. That's going to be just perfect. It's crazy. It feels like a big moment. It feels like something that really took a lot of massaging, but I know that to players it'll be like nothing. Just this weird little interaction. It's so cool though that... Oh, it's interesting. Because he left the screen. Why? It's so weird that when he goes into that view, why doesn't it work?
Spring is my favorite season. Flowers, leaves.
I have the animations, but I don't know why. Set animation all scale. What about add animation? Oh, wait, no, yeah, it's supposed to be on track 1. And it's on loop, and it's called hold broom. Let's check if I got any error messages. I am still getting this third guy is not on a nav mesh, which I need to maybe keep an eye out for when exactly that's happening. Maybe I can make a call to like set him back on the nav mesh, but I'll keep an eye out for when that's actually happening. Really, it seems like the fishing pole should be the ticket. Fishing equipped, because that, or we could also check the lantern, because I know the lantern will also be doing the same sort of thing. Let's check the spine skeleton controller. And I'll check the lamp in use. Here, set animation all skells. We do track 3 on the lantern, so maybe I should do track 3. Maybe I should do track 4. Somebody has to be clearing out track 1. I guess we are setting the animation all the time if lamp is in use. Maybe there's another, yeah, maybe it just gets cleared out. How many times do we do this hold lantern thing? 3 times, and that's it. Okay, well, looks like maybe the only way we can do this is if we like go to lamp in use. We'll make another one. Oops, let me check out this file. Spine skeleton controller. And let's do like holding broom. And we'll just go right down to the lamp in use and we'll copy the exact same code and we'll do the exact same thing for the broom, hold broom. Now I don't want to do it on this track and I reckon I won't even need this set. I want to do it on track 5. I'll make this clear broom function. And I want to put this in it, clear broom. And we'll do the clear broom right here. Okay, but we also want to say Arthur Skell dot holding broom equals false. And this is where we're going to change that holding broom equals true. Instead of the set animation all scales, we're going to do holding broom equals true. Okay. I will check spine skeleton controller. Where do we set lamp in use? So there's a bunch of if lamp in uses. This is when we set it true. We actually check it. Oh, we need to change this to holding broom. And this is called hold broom. And we're using track 5. Okay, we're going to do the same thing on the other. This class is a monster. Lamp in use. Holding broom. Okay, where else? Okay, use lamp. Okay, so we do actually have to set the animation right away. Stop using lamp. I don't know if we necessarily need to do those, but let's see, lamp in use, lamp in use. Okay, holding broom. And that should default to false, but I'm just going to make it very clear that we're defaulting that to false. I suspect we might actually have to do this after all. So let's just make sure to do that right when we set holding broom to true. Let's go. Arthur Skell dot set all skills, and then we will clear it out again. Actually, yeah, I don't even know if we need to set these empty. I mean, they're going to clear themselves out, aren't they? Probably. But I just want to make sure to clear it out. Phew. Okay, I'm hoping that will work now. We certainly did a lot of work on that. Then we have to write the conversation. Okay, so once this invokes, let's see. Try to talk to him. Oh, we can't. Can't do anything. Excellent. I'm so happy. Dang it. Well, he did eventually start hold. It's just that freaking back view is such a bastard. What is the problem with the back view? Did I not make the animation? It's called hold broom. It's right here. Hold broom. What did I do wrong? Why? Did I not key it? I keyed it. I keyed it right here. Player official. Everything else is working flawlessly. Player back. Hold broom is right here. But for some reason, it doesn't work. Even the front view is working, right? Was the front view working? What did I do wrong? Okay, holding broom equals true if holding broom. Set animation all skells. Oh, I still didn't check that nav mesh thing. Oh, I also didn't check if I could interact after that. Okay, I got to keep, now I'm actually going to watch the console here. Whoa. Okay. All right. So did it already happen? Yes, it already happened. So how do we move an agent to the nav mesh? Let's check. How to move agent onto nav mesh. Unity. Okay, you can snap it by using warp. Easy. So I assume it'll just go to the closest position. So right before the recovery, right before we set this to follow schedule, right before we enable the agent, actually, first of all, Unity, can you use nav mesh agent warp while it's disabled? No, you cannot use it while it's disabled. All right. So right after we enable that stuff to true, that's when we want to call the warp agent, and then we'll just warp transformed opposition. Hopefully that'll set it back on the nav mesh and stop that error from happening. But will it stop our... Will it fix our avatar who doesn't want to carry his broom? That it does, I don't think so. Oh, brother. Okay, so navmesh.warp just destroys everything, I guess. Oh, and it still didn't fix our issue. God damn it. Oh, right. Because we want to go to Arthur's position. Okay, that was on me. That was me just being an idiot. What an idiot. Have I made that error before? We should never be calling transform.position for anything. Okay, let's see if that fixes our issue. So I kept the warp in there. I should probably put the avatar on the other side of this little trigger. Okay, we still got agent isn't, third guy is not on a nav mesh. I don't know how to fix this issue. Maybe the internet will tell me. Unity is not on a nav mesh error. Agent not placed on nav mesh. It would be nice to know exactly the call stack when that's happening. Okay, I'm going to pay better attention this time. Let's do it one more time. Okay, so that we haven't gotten the error yet. Okay, we just got it. Actually, on collision is when we're getting it. And then it's happening in the NPC motor. So maybe once we're setting the behavior to none. So we've got a while, we've got a pathfind routine. Why would we get a pathfind routine on impact? That's very strange. So he didn't have a broom at first. Has a broom now. Doesn't have a broom. Guys, I don't know. I can't explain it. I don't understand what's going on. It's very frustrating. But it's happening. The nav mesh thing. Oops, let me move that to the other monitor. The nav mesh thing is happening. Well, actually, does it show me the full call stack? Did I just clear my... No, I didn't. Good. Did not clear my console. So let me see if it actually shows me the code where it's happening. No, it doesn't show me anything else. So it's just in the coroutine. But this coroutine of Pathfind doesn't happen that often. It really just happens when you are only during follow schedule, as far as I know. Yeah, there's follow player, which I'm never asking to do. And then there's this situation, which is, what are we inside of? Wow. We're inside of a while loop on a Pathfind routine. So literally just itself. So it can never be called unless we're... This is very unusual. third guy is not on a nav mesh. But I didn't ask third guy to be on a nav mesh, so why would he ever... I don't understand how it's even getting to that. It's absolutely insane. And I don't understand why he's not holding his freaking broom. It's pissing me off. Very weird. Did I not set these up right or something? Attach holding item. I don't get it. Oh, maybe I need to set the scale. Maybe this thing's scale is 0. Like in the walk animation, maybe the scale is 0. That's the only thing I can think of, is that everything is working fine, but the scale is 0. So let's check like the walk or the run or something. First, let's look at the walk. Walk. Yep, the scale is 0. Okay, one problem is solved. One problem is solved. There we go. That is a really weird... I guess I didn't want things to look like they're in the hand, but in this case, we want that. So, wow, I can't believe I got that. Hold broom. I cannot believe that I figured that out, because that is just a really weird... Gotcha. It's just the only thing that made sense. But it's not showing it bugged out because we didn't set a scale key, but the walk animation has a scale key of 0, and it's not overwriting that key because we don't have a key for scale. So all we need to do is put a key for scale in this animation, and it will overwrite the animation below. Yeah, perfect. And that actually might be why his broom looked super small in the other angle as well. So I bet this is going to be the exact same situation in the front view. Okay. Hold broom. We just want to set that scale to 0.85. Let's go. One. And I will put a key in the 3/4 as well, just to make absolutely certain we're doing this right. 1, 1. We'll do 1.1. And then we'll set it back to 1, 1. Save. Now we've got to export again. That will fix our one problem. But as far as the code and the nav mesh agent, that I don't understand. When the crash happens, the NPC is not on the nav mesh. That's fine. This is the part I don't understand. That exception is called from something that happens in a coroutine that can only be called when the NPC is in their follow schedule behavior. So they're not on the nav mesh. That shouldn't be a problem. I'm not asking them to be on the nav mesh. I don't understand why it's complaining about that. I've disabled like all of their stuff. So the only thing I can think of is maybe that there's a pathfind routine still left over from back when they were on follow schedule. That could be a thing. I'll just have to look at the code. In fact, I can do it right now. So we're in NPC motor. We're getting that exception. It's this one. So if the agent's not on the nav mesh, it's going to complain. I wonder, can we cancel? I don't know if we can cancel the pathfind because we need to. That's the only thing I can think of. Okay, override. Does anyone ever cancel this? It doesn't look like anyone ever cancels it. Oh, actually, no, there's a reference to the pathfinding routine. So a lot of stop co. Oh, there's actually a ton of people canceling it. So stop coroutine pathfinding, that actually can be done. Okay. So we can check if we're en route. We can probably check that in the... look at this. If we have arrived and the current task is not null, then we depart. What about if we're en route? If we're en route, then I just want you to stop that coroutine. And I want you, I guess, to just not be en route anymore. The only thing I can think of. Who else? When do we set is en route to false? In a lot of places. All right. So I think we're okay there. Let's pop back into spine. I think that might actually fix it. I'm feeling pretty good about that. Folks, I'm going to get some water. Okay, I've got a good feeling about this one. So I'm just going to look over the code one more time. Arthur collide with player. That's just really interesting. It doesn't take into account is en route. So, oh, stop coroutine? No, stop coroutine. Oh dear. Wow. All right, I hope that works. And if it does, then I'm going to call it a stream because it's been a while. I've been streaming for a long time. Many people have left as game dev in real time is kind of boring as it turns out. Oh, I've been streaming for almost 5 hours. Been working with working a lot, so this has been an amazing stream, amazing stream. Perfect amount of gabbing to work ratio, mostly work, 80% work, 20% gabbing. That's perfect. Something like that anyway. Maybe 90% work, honestly. Okay, here we go. Come on, big bucks. Okay, people are gonna be like, oh, you can't pick this up. Yes, it worked. I'm so happy. I could cry.
Spring is my favorite season.
And did we get we still got the nav. I'm pretty sure we still got the nav mesh, unless that was from last time. Let's try it one more time. I should have been checking. Amber Fisher, thanks for sticking around. So it didn't all work, I don't think. I think we still got that nav mesh thing, which is a bummer. Okay, let's clear it out. It did work. It did work. We didn't get the bug. That was from last time. There it goes. What the heck? That was so late. I don't think this thing updates in real time. I don't. I'm confused by that. I don't think that this actually updates in real time. So I don't know how to know exactly when we're getting that nav mesh bug. But I am afraid I have to go. I would have liked to fix that final thing and then write the conversation, but I think I'm going to call it now. I want to thank everyone for hanging out. Hey, if you're new to the stream, please check out our game. It's called Songs of Glimmerwick. It's a Witch Academy RPG where the magic of the world is music. Not only is it wishlistable right now on Steam, but you can also play the demo. The demo is a couple hours long. Some people get way more time than that out of it just because they spend so long exploring. And your save picks up right from where it left off if you do eventually buy the full game. So please download the demo, see if it's your cup of tea. And I thank you so much for hanging out with me and keeping me company while we get stuff done. And I hope you all have an excellent day. And I'll catch you all later. All right, bye-bye.